Yo. Yo, 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 yo. What's up? I have granola. What is up, people? How you doing, Georgie? I should put this over here. Sec. Fab. How is everyone? I think it's just me and you right now, Georgie. Lots more people filter in. Do you know about the drama that's been happening? Oh shit! Oh my god, that's so cool! That's amazing, congratulations! Oh, I'm so happy for you. Yo, that's fucking sick. How'd you guys meet? Yep. We had drama. So, there. Well, as of last night, they are a person down who has been removed from the server, has been banned. Is a person that I have engaged with a few times. She's called Kathy. And there's been quite a lot of public fights and stuff. Usually about stuff about like teaching things. So her kind of coming at me a little bit in sometimes. And then other times where it was like her talking about like this like anatomy essentialism of like, oh, some people just can't because anatomy, even though you've never seen their anatomy, but you can know that they just can't. Which is like, ugh. You met on a date? We're there. Thanks, yeah. We were like, hey, let's make it our date. A protest, oh my god, and just be trans and kiss in public. Met on Tiamu. What is Tiamu? Super nerdy, and yeah, hit it off. Also into Warhammer. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. No, it's not like you're invalid or something. It was just like, yeah, no. Or their opinion was that we should like, I don't know, that teachers should be like, keep taking into account that some students just won't be able to do it because of anatomy. And it's like, okay, like if you have like a condition or something, but like a paralysis of something, then sure, but that's only people that have like a diagnosed issue. Like my opinion on this is if you don't have a diagnosed issue, you can voice train. And even if you have a diagnosed issue, like there's usually ways and means of dealing with that situation. Queer dating app you found from a trans Reddit post. That's pretty cool. I've never heard of that. I'll be honest, the only like LGBT dating app I've ever seen is Grindr. So, I mean, I guess Tinder is just the everyone app, so you can use it as that. Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, I mean, if you go back into the, I don't know how does banning someone work on a server? Are her messages just gone now? Or are they still there, but it shows that the user was banned? Because I guess this means you won't be able to look back on previous chats. Let's have a look. If I just scroll up real far since before last night. Oh yeah. Previous messages are still there. just the person is gone. Or, yeah. Okay, yeah, you can go see the previous conversations if you wanted to then. Yeah, it doesn't even say deleted user. Like, it just says her name and her little icon, and you wouldn't even know she's banned if you hadn't, like, if you didn't know. I mean, it is, if you like, okay, if you like horrendous online debates and shit, with like the classic horrendous debate culture stuff, then it's great to read. Oh yeah, and if you didn't know about the giveaway right now, by the way, if you do ! points, you can see your points. Every 100 points, you get to redeem an entry into the giveaway we're doing right now. The giveaway itself will happen on Wednesday, the 20th of May. Every 100 points you get to spend on an entry. So the more entries you have, the higher your odds of winning. And the giveaway is a package of 6 free lessons. So that's totals a value of £120. Ignore the fact that I have an enormous amount of points because I had to test stuff. Obviously, I won't be buying entries and getting lessons for myself. Although that would be based if I won the giveaway. My dog is barking, hang on. Who wants to meet a fluffy girl? Oh, a fluffy girl that is not happy about being carried around. Oh. Look. Look. You see the chat? You see my granola. That's what you're enjoying. Yeah. Oh, you're not happy. Oh, let's get you comfy. Here you go. Here you go. Hey? Here you go. Oh, she's not happy about this situation at all. Hey? Hey? Oh. Oh. She's just resigned herself. Just accepted her fate. Hey? Oh. And now you're not accepting your fate anymore. Alright. There you go. Here you go. Nina. Nina, what's this? There you go. And she's off. Little cameo from Luna. Ah, okay. You can choose if it deletes all the messages. Yeah, the only time I ever had to ban someone was right after they joined, because found out they were a minor. So, the drama is essentially there was an individual named Kathy that has just been banned last night on the Trans Voice Discord, and the reasoning was posted publicly by the mod that banned her. The reasoning being getting into lots of arguments and fights with people, and generally being disrespectful to the people she was arguing with. I was one of those people. Which is why Talia was talking about it in the server earlier. Oh yeah, it turns out what Talia posted, the mod himself had already posted in her channel, so she was totally fine to post that. It wasn't like a leaked thing or anything. But yeah, I mean, if you scroll back through, like, my God, I've been called sociopathic. I've been called, I've been accused of, what was it? Trying to sabotage people, trying to sabotage the server, trying to sabotage people's learning, gaslighting, manipulating, all of it. Like, it was kind of crazy. You just noticed you got 5 minutes behind? Oh yeah, just click the speedy uppy thing. Did you just miss like the whole explanation of the drama? Also, I should check what my latency is, because I'll be honest, I just clicked. It should just be on the normal ultra low latency. Tell you what, alright, I'm going to say a word, and then as soon as I've said the word, and as soon as you hear it, I want you to say that word, so I can have a rough idea of what the delay is. Okay? The word will be apple. Okay, about 5 or 6 second delay. It's not too bad. Yeah, so essentially the drama, excuse me. Yeah, so there's a person in the Trans Voice Discord, or there was, called Kathy. And I can say this publicly because the mod just straight up posted it publicly. That she was banned because of constantly getting into fights with people and arguments. Well, that's okay, I can just go over it. Yeah, getting into fights, getting into arguments, and generally being disrespectful to the people that she's in those arguments with. And I was one of the people usually in those arguments. So I've been called like all sorts of crazy things by her. I was told that I was gaslighting her. I've been told that I've been twisting her words. I've been told that I've been that I've been sabotaging the server. Oh yeah, it's proper like internet drama. Keep in mind, like, I mean, this is our second just casual live stream that isn't one of the workshops. Like, I did not realize I was in that deep, you know? Yeah, how I've started the influencer like this week. What the hell? There's already drama. Yeah, I've been told them I gaslight people, that I am trying to sabotage the server, that I'm sociopathic. The sabotage one comes up a few times. What else was there? I'm gonna go with the main things. Gaslighting as well. Yeah, it's been pretty wild. I mean, there's been a lot of sort of debates and arguments recently, usually centering, well, in fact, I don't think there's been one that didn't have her in it. Oh yeah, and this has led to all sorts, and is why the stream was slightly late today. And why I'm eating my lunch now and hadn't gotten around to it until then. So I was in one of the other channels, just like reading up on all of what's happened, because it all happened in the middle of the night for me. And I found out that a lot of people in the Trans Voice Discord avoid the voice channels because of how much fighting happens in there. And I was like, oh shit, like that's where I do the workshops. But that's a problem. So I just sent a message saying like, hey, by the way, a bunch of you probably don't even know, I've been doing weekly workshops for the past like 8 months or something over there. If you guys are all avoiding that, you won't know about it. What can I like do to help you guys? Like, what do you need from me? Turns out a very high up mod was in the channel at the time, and one thing led to another. Like literally, one of the other people there was like, "Oh, it'd be really helpful if you could just like put events, that way they could just see the event and not have to be in the channels that they want to avoid." And I was like, well, I'm just a normal member of a server. I can't just make an event. And yeah, one of the big mods was there and was just like, oh, I'll just give you a special role. And I was like, what? Excuse me? So now we have like a proper event on TransVoice. So if you go into the TransVoice server, the one event there is our workshops we do each week. So hopefully we'll be getting more people coming to those. It'll be easier for people to know what's up. So yeah, what a weird kind of thing that's happened here. I had like spoken to the mods just to bring to them like some of what had been happening in the servers. That was like a week ago, just because it was like some of the things were starting to bother me a little bit. But I never expected this to be the result. I was just like, oh, maybe like have a word with her or something. Crazy. Yeah, this all happened at like 2 a.m. for me. So I just wake up and it's like civil war. Hey. Exclamation mark join? What are we joining? There is nothing for you to join right now, unless you're looking for points. Oh yeah, I haven't managed to get the raffle command working out. I'm not sure what's wrong with it. I might reach out to the person that coded it and be like, hey, this ain't working. Is there something I'm supposed to be doing differently? Yeah. There is the constant wildfires happening over there. And it is usually just Kathy, I'm afraid. So maybe less fires in TransVoice now. Maybe that's going to be like totally chill. And like I didn't mind the like debates themselves. And I don't mind people like coming and debating me about stuff. I enjoy that shit. It's just when it gets to like you're sabotaging the people on this server. It's like, okay, you're taking it too far now. You're calling me sociopathic. That's a bit much, you know. The person that started doing workshops for free for people, like, it's a bit much, you know. But oh well, it seems to be how it's gone. Our first drama. Fab. All right, well, we have a few people here now, and I've finished my lunch. So how about we look at this document? And no, I have not tidied this up and made it look any better because I just... Yesterday, oh my God. Oh, the day I had yesterday. Literally. So, went to bed on Monday. That's totally fine. But I had to be up early Tuesday morning, like 6 a.m. early. And then I woke up at 1 a.m. and could not get back to sleep until like 1:30. Like, it was ridiculous. It just would not happen. And so yesterday I was like, and I had to be up at 6 a.m. To do something in the morning. And so just the rest of the day, I was like... And I've also just upped my my ADHD meds for dosage. So like I'm on more stimulants than I've ever been on in my life, and that was this is day 3. I think I started the higher dose on Monday, or maybe Sunday. I don't quite remember. No, Saturday actually. Jesus, we're actually quite far in now. Point is, just started with stimulants, so I'm not used to that, as well as like my like being pretty heavily underslept. I was like just existing. Like my brain was fucked. It was just completely fucked. Like I just existed in this fucking like daze. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh my gosh, Luna, why are you barking still? You know what? She can get over herself. She wants to go outside, but she's constantly just going to want to go in and out, in and out. Document doesn't deserve to be assified. Yeah, it is wild, this document. Especially because, so we got to page 33. I think we're going to skip ahead a bit this time because I do actually want to get through like the meat of it, and we've just been going through like all of the case law and all of the background stuff. I want to get to the actual shit. I guess we got further than 33 because I remember having read some of this. But yeah, we've mainly been going through all the background stuff. I want to get into the actual meat of it. So I'm going to try and find that and skip to that. But you're right, it is. Okay, Luna is just going mad. Let me let her outside. Are you going to relax, little girl? Hey? Are you going to relax, little girl? Right as I start streaming, obviously. Guarantee you 5 minutes and you're just going to want back in. Okie dokie. Boobity boo 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 boo. Oh, I'm lucky I'm getting ADHD stuff for free because NHS. So I went for right to choose. And through that, I went with the care ADHD people who aren't part of the NHS, but they're contracted by them. So NHS pays for my private stuff with them. And yeah, that's how that's working. They're actually really good. Like as soon as I did that, it was like a month wait. Yeah. Okay, let's go through this core doc. Okay, Bina's... Alright, Georgie, you said you read through this. Where can I start with just the actual, like... We're looking through this. Here's what we're gonna do. And here's why we're doing it. Because we've been reading... Although it's been very interesting hearing about all the different stuff between Forum and Scotland and the history between them and Scottish ministers, as well as like the various different case laws. Like, this is 88 pages long. We need somewhere to just get into the actual meat of what's good to be reading here. Like, here's the decision. Here's the entirety of what it entails. The central question, that is probably what we're looking for. Okay, alright, no worries. Yeah, 100%. Sounds good, sounds good. I'll make little whispers to you. Georgie. Okay. Alright, let's figure out where we're starting. Points of clarity. I think we're going from that, the question itself one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I think that's a good place to go into things. The central question. Okie dokie. Does the Equality Act of 2010 make provision within the meaning of Section 9, 3 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 to displace the application of Section 9.1? Quick reminder on what that is. We'll just Google them. It is in this doc, but I'm just going to Google them to be quicker. GRA 9.1. I don't know where that N came from. Section 9 of Gender Recognition Act. It's not a long section. Okay, so we're specifically looking at 1 and 3 here, although we'll just read all of it. So, where a full gender recognition certificate is issued to a person, the person's gender becomes for all purposes the acquired gender. So if the acquired gender is the male gender, the person's sex, that of a man, that of a man. If it is the female gender, the person's sex becomes that of a woman. So in the UK, the Gender Recognition Act says that if you are a trans woman and you get a gender recognition certificate, then the law views you as that sex. So a trans woman becomes a biological female in the eyes of the law. Or, well, becomes a woman in the eyes of the law. It does specifically say female in... Oh, that's interesting. In the court doc, whenever they reference the GRA, they mix gender and sex. Specifically. Oh, no, they don't. They don't. Yeah, so their gender, your gender becomes your sex. So, me, who is, my gender is, well, but if I was applying for a gender recognition certificate, my gender would be female, and so my sex becomes female in the eyes of the law. That doesn't make a implication on general day-to-day whatever. It's just for legal stuff, because that's all the law is. That's the scope of the law. Also, subsection 1 does not affect things done or events occurring before the certificate is issued, but it does operate for the interpretation of enactments passed and instruments and other documents made before the certificate is issued, as well as those passed or made afterwards. Pretty clear. Subsection 1 is subject to provision made by this Act or any other Act or any other subordinate legislation. The reason this bit's relevant is because subsection 1 is subject to provision made by this Act or any other enactment or subordinate legislation. So any other thing in law, this applies to it. Okay? So this applies to all of law according to subsection 3. All of law, including the 2010 Equality Act. So this, as I am interpreting it, and as is being discussed in the court, having a gender recognition certificate would mean that all of these things, if you are a trans woman with a gender recognition certificate, then in the Equality Act of 2010, whenever it says woman, that is you. Or if it says female, that's you. Okay? And that's what's being disputed in this by For Women Scotland. Okay. Against that background, we turn to the address, the central question in this appeal. To recap, Section 9.1 of the GRA 2004, read with Section 9.2 and 3, has the effect that the gender of a person with a gender recognition certificate becomes the acquired gender for all purposes. So that if the acquired gender is male, the person's sex becomes that of a man. And if it is female, if it is the female gender, the person's sex becomes that of a woman. Unless there is a specific exception in the GRA 2004 itself, or unless the terms and context of an enactment, including a subsequent enactment, demonstrate that there is provision made. That wasn't in here, but okay. Provision made by that enactment. Oh, did I just stop in the middle of a sentence? Including a subsequent enactment. Hang on, let me just start that sentence again. Oh, because if this is all one sentence, this is why it was fucked. What the fuck? This is not a sentence. So what if a German trans woman would enter the UK with a changed birth certificate? Our IDs and passport don't state our gender or sex. I have no idea how this works for international people. My understanding is there is an international gender recognition certificate, and that exists. And I believe you can use your stuff from your other country as a way to very quickly and easily get an international gender recognition certificate. I would guess if you didn't have that, then in the eyes of UK law, you would be your assigned gender at birth, would be your sex, would be how the law views you. That's just a guess though, I truly have no idea. Also note, whenever we're talking about any of this, we're specifically talking about if the individual has a gender recognition certificate. Those are very, very difficult to get. Most trans people don't even get them because it's just so hard to get. So there's that too. So it'd be female from the 0505. I don't know what that means. Okie dokie. So if it's female, becomes woman. Yep. Unless there is a specific exception in the Gender Recognition Act 2004 itself, or unless the terms and context of an enactment, including a subsequent enactment, demonstrate the various provision made by the enactment pursuant to Section 9, subsection 3, that negates the effects of Section 9, subsection 1. In other words, that's my dog barking again. Oh my god, I'll be right back. That's the last one now. Turns out it was not her doing the barking. Let's just see if I can see her from here so I can check in. Oh, I can't really. It was a different dog doing the barking. She's just having a nap outside. Okie dokie. In other words, Section 9, subsection 1 applies unless Section 9, subsection 3 applies. Wait, what? Section 3 just says that it affects, and that's how it's been referred to earlier in this. Maybe there's some like other guidance on this. I don't know. Maybe there's more to it than just this. What if we go to the next provision? No, now we start talking about other things. Okay, whatever. In other words, Section 9, subsection 3 applies unless Section 9, subsection 3 applies. Section 9, subsection 3 will obviously apply where the Gender Recognition Act 2004 or subsequent enactment says so expressly. But express disapplication of Section 9, subsection 1 is not necessary, as we have explained. Section 9, subsection 3 will also apply where the terms, context, and purpose of a relevant enactment show that it does, because of a clear incompatibility or because its provisions are rendered incoherent or unworkable by the application of a rule in Section 9, subsection 1. So this is the bit that they're going to try and use. So they're saying that Section 9, subsection 3 will apply if it's not possible or incoherent to make subsection 1 apply. And although I'm not seeing it anywhere in subsection 3, they seem to be laying out here, and I would assume that they're correct to do so, otherwise they'd already be like, that would be crazy, like that would be insane if they just made this up. It's highly unlikely that they just made it up. But they might be interpreting it in a very different way than it was intended to be written, which is my opinion. There is no doubt that the Equality Act 2010 was enacted in the knowledge of the existence of the Gender Recognition Act 2004, its known consequences, and the case law which both prompted it, and confirmed the Gender Recognition Act 2004 as having remedied the convention breach grant, or the convention breach known as grant. Indeed, the Equality Act of 2010 contains an exemption for gender reassignment discrimination in the context of solemnization of marriage, which refers expressly to the effects of Section 9, subsection 1, as the person's gender has become the acquired gender under the Gender Recognition Act 2004. Blah, 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 blah. So the strongly worded rule in subsection 1 of GRA must be taken to apply to the Equality Act 2010 by the virtue of Section 9, subsection 2, unless there is provision made in the Equality Act 2010 that disapplies to or negates the effects of Section 9, subsection 1. Rule does on the meaning of sex in the Equality Act 2010. They have written this in such a hard way to read. If Section 9, subsection 3 does not apply, then the subsection 1 certificated sex. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, if it doesn't apply, the subsection 1 rule does apply, and sex in the Equality Act 2010 must have an extended meaning that includes certificated sex. Okay, my god. Hi. Hey, Colosmono. We're trying to finish this off, but we've skipped ahead to just the meat of a question, okay? So, if that is the position, then the Scottish Minister's guidance about the application of the 2018 Act is correct and lawful in making clear that trans women with a GRC can count towards the attainment of the goal of achieving 50% representation of women on the public boards covered by the 2018 Act. For Himori's sake and for Georgie's sake, because you weren't in the last one. Was Georgie in the last one? I don't think you were in the last one. I'm pretty sure you weren't. They were saying earlier that a lot of this spawned from the For Women Scotland Limited appealed to the Scottish ministers because the Scottish ministers have a 50% male-female hiring practice, like a quota thing, because they're doing like an equity thing. So for any government stuff, it has to have 50-50 representation, and there's some like amendments to that. You can't use that to justify hiring someone that is explicitly worse. It has to be people that are roughly of the same ability level. If there is too many men, then you would hire the chick, is basically what's up. And yeah, trans women under the GRC, if they have a GRC, then they count as women, and therefore the law looks at this as woman, and you would be part of that 150%. For Women Scotland wanted to complain about that, saying that it should be based on biological sex. And the Scottish ministers said, no, that makes no sense because of the GRA 2004 and the Equality Act. And then that's made its way up to the Supreme Court. So that's what we're on about there. Okay, there is no provision in the Equality Act 2010 that expressly addresses the effect, if any, which Section 9, subsection 1 of the GRA has on the definition of sex, or the words woman or man, and cognate expressions used in the EA 2010, EA Equality Act. The terms biological sex and certificated sex do not appear anywhere in the Act. However, the mere fact that the word biological is absent from the Equality Act 2010 definition of sex is not by itself indicative of Parliament's intention that a certificated sex meaning is intended. The same is true of the absence of a word certificated in the definition of sex. Given that the GRA already existed, I feel like not mentioning certificated or biological or any of those things implies that they're just sticking with what the GRA has already used. Because if the GRA, to go back to here, the GRA says that applies to applies to any other enactment or any subordinate legislation. This is any other enactment, the Equality Act of 2010, and therefore the GRA applies to it. They would have known that when writing this, and they would have known that the GRA specifically lays out that if you have a GRC, you are legally a woman, assuming it was like as a woman. So therefore, I feel like it is intended that woman means certificated woman as well. That seems like an insane reading to say that it's not. In the outer house, fucking White House. In the outer house, Lady Halden concluded at paragraph 53 that Section 9, subsection 2 of the Victims and Witnesses Scotland Act 2014, as amended by the Forensic Medical Services Victims of Sexual Offences Scotland Act 2021, can only properly or fairly be read to mean biological sex when it uses the term sex. This is because the purpose of the amendment introduced by the 2021 Act was to ensure that Section 9, subsection 2 of the 2014 Act read as follows. Before a medical examination of a person is carried out by a registered medical practitioner, the person must be given an opportunity to request for any such medical examination be carried out by a registered medical practitioner of a sex specified by the person. We agree with her analysis. Sex as used in the provision must mean biological sex, notwithstanding that there is no reference to biological sex in this provision. The clear statutory intention is to respect the right of a female or a male victim of a sexual crime to request a same-sex care should she or he so wish, because it has always been and still is a well-recognised that reasonable objection can be taken to an intimate medical examination by a member of the opposite biological sex. References to sex could only be references to biological sex in context. Okay. So the person in question here would be the doctor, and it's reasonable. See, I don't know. I can understand that, but it's a tricky one because, like, I think you should also, and I think that it's also reasonable to take from that a trans dude who's far into his transition is probably not what this victim is wanting if they're a woman wanting a female practitioner. I think they'd be very, very uncomfortable if the female practitioner that showed up was a fucking trans dude. I think they'd be very fucking uncomfortable in that situation. So actually, I'm not sure that is such a clear-cut law. I think it's maybe one that needs some revision or some like guidance on its usage with regards to trans practitioners. Right? Like, I can totally understand how, although, it's even weirder. Because, like, again, assuming the person is late in transition and the practitioner is a trans woman, while I can understand how a victim might feel distressed after the fact if they found out the person was trans, and while I disagree with that, like, they're a victim of a sex crime, it's fine, I get it. But, like, they wouldn't even know that the person's a trans person, right? Assuming that they're late in their transition, it's not like you look at the practitioner's genitals, you know? Heck, what if they'd had bottom surgery? Even then. Right? I don't quite know how this would even come up. Outside of people early in transition, in which case you would deal with that on a case-by-case basis. Right? I feel like this is an unreasonable read, actually. You know? Because, like, let's really make the point. What's that dude who does the YouTube stuff? It's Jamie something. If I just put the whole gag is it's Jamie Dodger. That's got a... Yeah, there we go. So let's say you're a cis woman and you have been the victim of violent sexual abuse and you need to see a doctor because of this. Okay? Under that law, you have a right to choose a male or female doctor, because we understand that a victim of violent sexual abuse might need that as a specific thing. Okay? If they specifically ask for a woman and this dude turns up, I don't think they're going to be too happy about that situation. You know? So, like, I'm not sure if this is such a reasonable reading of that law, actually. Because I don't think they meant trans dudes to be females. Again, nobody thinks of fucking trans dudes. And they are like... They destroy all these arguments. I don't know. I'm not sure about that reading. I don't know if I would say the text is transphobic necessarily. They're trying to just be very, like, following... Because you got to remember with the Supreme Court, they are only ever interpreting laws. They're not writing laws, and they're not aiming for any outcome. The only outcome they're looking for is to like present to the public and present to other legal practitioners how the law should be interpreted and what laws mean. So they're like dictionary. They're just trying to say, what does this word actually mean, even if it's is like a shitty word. So there's no... It's important to remember that this isn't like... This doesn't mean that the court agrees with this law and thinks it's a good thing. They just think it's what the law means. Yeah, there's a separation between the creation of law and the interpretation of law in the UK. Okay. But still, I think this is a bad interpretation. I think the law is good here. I think that interpretation is silly. And I think they haven't thought about further implications of that. Because how could it possibly be the case that they would want this dude, that a violent sexual assault victim, wants this dude, if they specifically wanted a female member of staff? There's just no way. There's absolutely no way. It makes no fucking sense. Let's keep reading, though. I think this is the biggest thing to me where it's like, ain't no way, bro. There's just no fucking... And I fully understand that for someone who is early in their transition and a medical practitioner, this is going to be a difficult situation. Like if somebody requested a female and they looked like me, I can fully understand that being distressing for the victim and not being appropriate. Like I would say that's probably not appropriate, and I'm not the appropriate person. But like, neither's he, you know? Okay, if the Equality Act 2010 can only be read coherently to mean biological sex, the same result must follow. The question is it all going to be based off of this? That's insane. The question that must therefore be answered is whether there are provisions in the Equality Act 2010 that indicate that the biological meaning of sex is plainly intended and or that a certificated sex meaning renders these provisions incoherent or is giving rise to absurdity. An interpretation that produces unworkable, impractical, anomalous, or illogical results is unlikely to have been intended by the legislature. So that is basically saying if the whole document of the Equality Act 2010 kind of works like this situation, as they interpret it, then clearly they didn't mean certificated sex. They meant biological sex, which would be, in my opinion, insane, given that the Gender Recognition Act already exists. They have to deal with that situation. What is necessary, therefore, is a close analysis of the Equality Act 2010 to identify whether there are indicators within it that demonstrate that Section 9, Subsection 3 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 applies and displaces the rule in Section 9, Subsection 1, We start by considering the core provisions in the Equality Act 2010 that depend on or relate to sex to consider whether, as a matter of ordinary language, these provisions can only properly be interpreted as meaning biological sex, or whether they are to be interpreted as also extending to include persons living in the opposite acquired gender who have been issued with a gender recognition certificate. We will then consider the practicality and workability of the duties imposed and protections afforded by the Equality Act 2010 if a certificated sex interpretation is adopted. Finally, we will consider whether a biological sex interpretation is contraindicated because it would remove important protection under the Equality Act 2010 for trans people with a gender recognition certificate. The meanings are in the SDA. We covered that before. What was it? What was the SDA? I'll have to Google it. SDA, British Law. Sex Discrimination Act. The meaning of sex in the Sex Discrimination Act before and after the enactment of the Gender Recognition Act in 2004. So bear in mind, this was made much before the Gender Recognition Act. I highly doubt that anyone in 1975 was paying much attention to the existence of trans people. Okay, before the enactment of the Gender Recognition Act 2004, there is no doubt that references to sex, man and woman in the what was it called again? SDA, UK law, Sex Discrimination Act. Made to the Sex Discrimination Act 1975, but this was not done by amending the definition of sex and introducing a differently constructed concept of sex. Rather, sex remained biological sex, as we have explained in paras 80 to 82 above. I do not believe you properly explained that, but okay. Unless that's part of the bit we skipped, but I'm pretty sure we'd have read those bits. I would say that they haven't amended the definition of sex, but they have expanded it, I suppose. They've made it so that there is two definitions. There would either be, as the law is putting it, this isn't how I'm putting it, but as the law would put it, a biological male with a gender recognition certificate, or a biological female. That would be the category of female. How exactly did you word this again? It would just be biological female, but the definition of biological female is what's changed. So the definition of sex introduced a different, rather sex remained biological sex. I would agree with this actually. Sex remained biological sex. It's biological sex that changed because they added GRC to biological sex. Or something like that. They made it so that a trans woman legally is of a female sex. I don't know whether... I feel like this becomes a little semantic and difficult to decide. I would want more explanation on that. Maybe we'll go back to these paras later. There is no reason to suppose the Parliament intended by the Equality Act 2010 to introduce a change of substance from the... what was it called again? Sex Discrimination Act 1975 by introducing a modification to the meaning of sex in accordance with Section 9, Subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004. The parties did not draw attention to anything in the documents which led up to the enactment of the Equality Act 2010, which identified a perceived mischief that needed a change of substance in the law in this regard. But even if we are wrong about that, and we acknowledge that it is difficult to understand the purpose of the amendments of the GOQ provisions, GOQ, UK law, genuine occupational qualification. A legal sanction in the UK that allows discrimination on the ground of sex because of an essential requirement of a particular job. Okay, like a woman wouldn't be able to do a certain job for a specific reason, and that reason being valid. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'm sure they exist. Or maybe if a job role is some kind of care for, like a social worker for sexual violence, maybe there is and I have no idea if this is the case, but if it was, then the GOQ would allow for this, where you could discriminate based on sex, such that if you are in the branch that deals with sexual discrimination towards women, maybe they only hire women because they know that victims would feel uncomfortable around a dude. That would be an example of what the GOQ would allow. But even if we were wrong, we acknowledge that it is difficult to understand the purpose of some of the amendments to the GOQ provisions in the Sexual Discrimination Act 1975, made by the GRA, the EA, both the EA, both consolidated and reformed anti-discrimination law as a self-contained reforming statute. It should be interpreted, if reasonably possible, without recourse to the predecessor provisions. The GOQ provisions in the SDA were repealed, and many of the exemptions were fundamentally reframed. Thus, whatever position in relation to the SDA 1975, the focus of our analysis is necessarily on the EA. So they don't care what's in the Sexual Discrimination Act, they only care about what's in the Equality Act, which makes sense because that's what's being brought up here, and the Equality Act is more recent. Cool, okie dokie. Analysis of core provisions of the Equality Act 2010. Boom, meat. We have set out the approach to statutory construction at paras 8 and 14 above. Our task is to ascertain the meaning of the words sex, woman, and man used in the Equality Act 2010. Read in their particular context and in light of a wider context and purpose of the anti-discrimination provisions in the Equality Act 2010. The two specific characteristics at the heart of this appeal are sex and gender reassignment. These are maintained as distinct and separately protected characteristics in Section 11 and 7 of the Equality Act 2010 respectively, just as they were in the Sexual Discrimination Act 1975 as amended. Section 11 of the Equality Act provides, in relation to the protected characteristic of sex, a reference to a person who has a particular protected characteristic is a reference to a man or to a woman. We don't have non-binary over here, sorry about that. Or B, a reference to persons who share a protected characteristic is a reference to persons of the same sex. So essentially, if you have a protected sex, then that sex is man or woman. If you have a protected characteristic, then it is a characteristic of man or woman. The only guidance as to the meaning of these expressions is given in the general interpretation provisions in Section 212, subsection 1, which provide, in this act, ... man means a male of any age, woman means a female of any age. In other words, what is made lawful is sex discrimination against women. What is made unlawful is sex discrimination against women and men. And the provisions of 212, subsection 1 ensures that boys and girls are protected against discrimination connected to their sex. See, again, you need to do something about the fact that gender recognition says sex, and therefore applies to that. The definition of sex in the Equality Act 2010 makes clear that the concept of sex is binary. A person is either a woman or a man. Sorry, NBs. Persons who share that protected characteristic for the purposes of the group-based rights and protections are persons of the same sex, and provisions that refer to protection for women necessarily exclude men. Although the word biological does not appear in this definition, the ordinary meaning of those plain and unambiguous words corresponds with the biological characteristics that make an individual man or woman. These are assumed to be self-explanatory and to require no further explanation. Men and women are on the face of a definition only differentiated as a grouping by the biology they share with their group. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. That section, you need to address the fact that the Gender Recognition Act specifically states if the acquired gender is the male gender, the person's sex becomes that of a man. Sex, which is the exact wording they used. Their sex becomes that of a man, and the exact wording is male and man. Therefore, this would include trans men, and vice versa for trans women. This is fucking stupid. This bit here is on its face ridiculous, because you're just completely ignoring the existence of a Gender Recognition Act, an act that was made before the Equality Act, meaning the people that wrote the Equality Act were fully aware of the Gender Recognition Act, Section 9, subsection 1, and knew that that definition would apply to their law. As was earlier stated in this document, a certified sex interpretation would cut across the definition of a protected characteristic of sex in an incoherent way. References to a woman and women as a group sharing the protected characteristic of sex would include all females of any age, irrespective of any other protected characteristic, and those trans women, biological men, who have a protected characteristic of gender reassignment and the GRC, and who are therefore female as a matter of law. The same references would necessarily exclude men of any age, but they would also exclude some biological women living in the male gender with GRC, trans men who are legally male. The converse position would apply to references to man and men as a group sharing the same protected characteristic. We can identify no good reason why the legislature should have intended that sex-based rights and protections under the Equality Act 2010 should apply to these complex heterogeneous groupings, rather than to the distinct group of biological women and girls, or men and boys, with their shared biology leading to shared disadvantage and discrimination faced by them as a distinct group. Why? Explain yourself. Don't just state it. Explain yourself. The next section, by the way, doesn't explain it. Okay, Luna's barking. This seems so insane to me. Okay, I've given her a little treat. She's taking it to her special chair, so she'll probably go for a nap now. Okie dokie. Yeah, I mean, this makes no sense because we're implying that the people that wrote the Equality Act 2010 didn't take into account the Gender Recognition Act 2004. That makes no sense. It happened after. That's insane. Yeah, we should find some people to debate on this, because this is crazy. This is so easy to debate. Okay. Moreover, it makes no sense for conduct under the Equality Act 2010 in relation to sex-based rights and protections to be regulated on a practical, day-to-day basis by reference to categories that can only be ascertained by knowledge of who possesses a confidential certificate. Again, no. Because, like, if it comes up, it can be, like, that confidentiality, the person can give you access. Which they would need to do if they wanted to use it. Right? Like, the burden of claiming something based on the Equality Act, The burden would then be on the trans person to present their certificate to show that it is relevant. So that, I feel like, makes no sense. Also, practical day-to-day basis. What do you mean by that? Give me examples. What is a practical day-to-day basis where you would even be inciting the Equality Act of 2010? This makes no sense. Some of the practical consequences of certificated sex definition are described in the case presented by Sex Matters. They state the uncertainty and ambiguity about the circumstances in which it is legitimate to treat biological women and girls as distinct groups whose interests need to be considered and protected, have the effect that many organisations now feel inhibited in doing so. Uncertainty and ambiguity. Uncertainty and ambiguity, or ambiguity. If the acquired gender is the male gender, the person's sex becomes that of a man. Show me the ambiguity there. Show me what's confusing about the acquired gender is the male gender, the person's sex becomes that of a man. Explain to me how that's confusing, or ambiguous, or unclear. The definitions in Section 11 and 212 are similar, though not identical to those in the Sexual Discrimination Act. Mr. O'Neill relied on the contrast between the definition in Section 212 of the Equality Act, which says, in this act, ... woman means a female of any age, and the previous provisions in Section 5, Section 2, and Section 82 of the Sexual Discrimination Act, which said woman includes a female of any age. We do not consider this change to be significant in context. In both cases, the meaning conveyed is simply to make clear that boys and girls are also included within the definitions of man and woman, respectively. We do not see the words includes and means as sufficiently distinctive to lead to any conclusions about whether the Equality Act 2010 was intended to alter or maintain the positions under the Sexual Discrimination Act. The term refers to biological sex only. Yeah, that's reasonable. It is significant, however, that there is only one definition of sex. The concept of sex is when they're saying that, they just mean within the law. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, this bit only refers to being in the law, by the way. It is significant, however, that there is only one definition of sex, one legal definition of sex. The concept of sex is of foundational importance in the Equality Act 2010. The words sex and woman appear across different parts of the Act and in many sections. It would be surprising if the words sex and woman were intended to have different meanings in the different sections or parts of Equality Act 2010, as the Inner House concluded, especially given the definitions of man and woman in Section 212 of the Equality Act 2010. Indeed, it would offend against the principle of legal certainty and the need for meaning which is constant and predictable, especially in the context of an act with the purposes we have identified, and which has such practical, everyday consequences for so many individuals and organisations in society. Yeah, so so this is just saying that the words sex and woman are important in this act, and they appear a lot in the act, I guess. The general rule, as we have said, is that words or terms used more than once in the same legislation are taken to have the same meaning whenever they appear, and the general purpose of an interpretation provision is to fix the meaning of such a word or term throughout the legalisation in question. This presumption can be refuted where the context requires, even where a saving for context does not appear in the definition section. But this is likely to be rare, and giving a variable meaning to a defined term is generally only done where it is clear that there is a genuine drafting error resulting in differential usage of a word or term in the text of the legislation. See, for example, the observations to this effect in the human rights context. Yeah, okay, that's an easy paragraph to agree with. As we shall demonstrate, a strong indicator for words sex, man, and woman in the Equality Act have their biological meaning and not certificated sex meaning is provided in sections 13, 6, 17, and 18, which relate to sex, pregnancy, maternity, discrimination, and related provisions. The protection afforded by these provisions is predicated on the fact of pregnancy or the fact of having given birth to a child and taking leave in consequence. Since, as a matter of biology, only biological women can become pregnant, the protection is necessarily restricted to biological women. We would need to see the exact wording of that if to see whether this is a reasonable read. Obviously, things to do with pregnancy are only referring to biological women. However, they're obviously also not referring to all biological women. If you're a 70-year-old woman, you can't get pregnant anymore. Very rare cases aside. If you're a 2-year-old girl, you can't get pregnant. Very rare exceptions aside. If you've had a hysterectomy, you cannot get pregnant. If you're infertile, you cannot get pregnant. So this does not refer to all women. The repeated references in this section to a woman who has become pregnant or who is breastfeeding only makes sense if sex has its biological meaning. These plain, unambiguous words can only be interpreted coherently as references to biological sex, biological females, and biological males. Put another way, if the acquisition of a certificate pursuant to Section 9, subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition Act of 2004 applies to these words, so that biological women living as a trans man, So that biological women living as trans men were GRC, are male, they would nonetheless be excluded from protection when pregnant, notwithstanding. Oh, I see. They're going for that route. Notwithstanding a continuity capacity to become pregnant, and duty bearers would not be able to claim relevant exemptions in relation to their treatment. Yeah, that's reasonable to bring up. The protections include the following. Section 13, 6A, in the context of direct discrimination, provides that if the protected characteristic is sex, less favourable treatment of a woman includes less favourable treatment of her because she is breastfeeding. Okay. I feel like that doesn't even grammatically work, but okay. I mean, it's taken from the middle of a sentence, so. This provision obviously applies to biological women only as a matter of ordinary language. It necessarily excludes all biological men as a homogeneous group or class, whether or not they have a gender recognition certificate. I would not say that it excludes all biological men. No, yeah, it does. No, it doesn't, because it hasn't made reference to biological men. It strictly excludes men, including trans men. Now, I can totally see how that is confusing, because that would mean that... I know, I get how this bit is confusing. This is a valid point to bring up. Are you looking for exclamation mark points, George Lux? They make a valid point here, because as the law is written here, you could discriminate on trans men that are breastfeeding their child, which obviously is not the intention. They don't want anyone being discriminated against who are breastfeeding a child. Valid. The intention here was probably biological. I will fully grant that. I can't think of a way you could interpret it differently. Which means that we would want a change to this law, which is not within the province of what the Supreme Court does. This is kind of a wild thing to be in that law, though. Given the existence of a Gender Recognition Act, that's kind of crazy that they put this. And they just didn't think about trans dudes. Section 17, number 2, makes provision for circumstances where A, discriminates against a woman if A, treats her unfavourably because of pregnancy of hers. Again, all biological women, but not only biological women, are protected. All biological men are excluded from protection as a matter of ordinary language, whether or not they have a GRC. I wouldn't say it's a matter of ordinary language. That's the bit I have issue with. That's a bit I have issue with. It's more that you can clearly read into their intention. That trans men would be included in this. That trans men would be treated as women here, essentially. Section 17, subsection 3, gives protection only to a woman because she has given birth. Biological women are protected, whether or not they have a gender recognition certificate. Biological men are excluded. Yeah, this is again. Nobody thinks about trans men. I don't understand why. Because it seems like the Equality Act, at least enough elements of it, seem to be, and like the fact that the Gender Recognition Act at all exists, like, ain't no way they won't think about trans women based on what we know so far about the Equality Act. It seems like they forgot about trans men, as always. It's crazy. Okay. Section 17, subsection 3, gives protection only to a woman because she has given birth. Biological women only are protected. Whether or not they have a GRC, biological men are excluded. Section 17, subsection 4, gives protection only to a woman because she is breastfeeding. Biological women are protected, biological men are excluded, whether or not they have a GRC. Section 18 gives protection only to a woman because of illness suffered by her as a result of a pregnancy, because she is on various forms of maternity leave, or because she is exercising or seeking to exercise or has exercised or sought to exercise the right to a variety of forms of maternity leave. Section 18, all of those subsections. Biological women only are protected. All biological men are excluded, whether or not they have a GRC. Yeah, this pregnancy shit seems to have fucked us. These are provisions in the Equality Act 2010 that have a similar effect. For example, sections 73 to 76 provide for further protections for maternity-related pay. Sections 73 and 74, and for the operation of a maternity equality rule in relation to a term of an occupational pension scheme that does not treat time when the woman is on maternity leave as its treat. Buddy, how I'm struggling with that sentence. Not even their fault. I'm just being retarded. Does not treat time when the woman is on maternity leave as it treats time when she is not. By modifying the term so as to treat time when she is on maternity leave as she is not, these provisions expressly apply to women only. See section 72, which provides that they apply only where a woman is employed or holds a personal or public office. Section 7, paragraph 2 is similar in providing that a sex equality clause does not have effect in relation to terms of work affording special treatment to women in connection with pregnancy or childbirth. Another thing that's interesting in all this, specifically with regards to the breastfeeding thing, but also for the pregnancy thing, is, and I have no idea what the answer is, how does the law treat scientific advancements and how they change who is included when they talk about biological things? For example, it is possible for a trans woman to breastfeed a child. There's a person who did it. She takes hormones that start milk production and lactation, and yeah, she lactates. So where does the law want to treat her? Because it would be kind of crazy for a law like this to exist with the bit above, the breastfeeding bit, but not include her. As in, you can't discriminate on a woman that's breastfeeding it's crazy for that to not include her. I don't know, kind of weird. And like, we've also just had our very first woman who had a womb transplant. She's a cisgendered woman, and her sister donated her a womb, straight up. First successful womb transplant, and they've had 2 kids from it. So womb transplants are a thing. How long before that becomes a thing that trans women can have? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. But it's probably going to happen eventually. We've had a lot of crazy developments in that area, so there's a very decent chance of that becomes a reality. Okay. Section 18, protections. Oh yeah, we read about that. There are other provisions under the Equality Act 2010 that have similar effect. For example, Section 73 to 76 provides for further protections for maternity-related pay and for the operation of a maternity equality rule in relation to a term of an occupational pension scheme that does not treat time when a woman is on maternity leave as it treats time when she is not. By modifying the term so as to treat time when she is on maternity leave as time when she is not, these provisions expressly apply to women only, which provides that they apply only where a woman is employed or holds a personal or public office. Section 7, paragraph 2 is similar in providing that a sex equality clause does not have effect in relation to terms of work affording to special treatment to women in connection with pregnancy or childbirth. Section 9 is also relevant. It sets out a series of exemptions from the general prohibition in Section 39, prohibiting discrimination by an employer against the prospective and existing employees, among other things, in the terms of employment offered or in affording access to opportunities for promotion or other benefits and facilities, which render it lawful for employers to treat employees and others with certain relevant protected characteristics in a differential way. Paragraph 17 is an exception relating to provisions of non-contractual payments to women on maternity leave. It provides, a person does not contravene Section 39, blah, 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 so far as relating to pregnancy and maternity, by depriving a woman who is on maternity leave of any benefit from the terms of her employment relating to pay. The points we have made above apply with equal force to this provision. Moreover, the language of woman and her is deliberate and is underscored. There should be a comma there, no? Moreover, that the language of woman and her is deliberate is underscored by a. Moreover, the language of woman and her is deliberate is underscored by a comparison with the immediately following paragraph 18, relating to exceptions for benefits dependent on marital status. Paragraph 18 allows access to benefits dependent on marital status to be restricted or refused on grounds of sexual orientation if they accrued or were payable before 5th December 2005. It does so by identifying those not covered by the exemption in paragraph 1a as a person who is a man who is married to a woman, or b, a woman who is married to a man, or c, married to a person of the same sex in a relevant gender change case. The reference in subparagraph 1a, c to a relevant gender change case is a reference to a case where a, the married couple were of the opposite sex at the time of marriage, and b, a full gender recognition certificate has been issued to one of a couple under the Gender Recognition Act 2004. Yeah, so there'd be no reason to have the C clause, given the Gender Recognition Act exists. Three points follow. The references to man and woman in paragraph 18, 1a, a and b can only be interpreted by their biological meaning for obvious reasons. I would say that's retarded. They could obviously be interpreted as certified sex, as I'm putting this, certificated sex. The reference to a person in C is otherwise rendered meaningless, and the provision is unworkable. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Secondly, the draft person was fully cognizant of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 and plainly understood its unequivocal consequences in the case of marriage where a gender recognition certificate has been issued. Where the legislation extends to a person to whom a full gender recognition certificate has been issued, this is done by express provision referring to relevant gender change case and not by the implicit adoption of a legally constructed concept of sex as certificated sex. Thirdly, the Scottish ministers and the EHRC submit that this provision would be necessary if the sex in the Equality Act 2010 meant biological sex only, as the couple concerned would not, in fact, be married to a person of same sex in a relevant gender change case. They would still be married to a person of the opposite sex. We do not accept this contention. The GRA 2004 unequivocally applies to the law relating to marriage. This is a consequence of a GRA 2004 itself and not a consequence of interpreting sex in the EA 2010 in any particular case. Wait, what? Scottish ministers of the EHRC submit that this provision would be unnecessary if sex in the EA 2010 meant biological sex only, as the couple concerned would not in fact be married to a person of the same sex in a relevant gender change case. They would still be married to a person of the opposite sex. I don't know, but they've lost me. We do not accept this contention. What is the contention exactly? I don't understand what contention is. Submit that this provision would be unnecessary. I agree it would be unnecessary if sex meant biological sex only. Married to a person of the same sex in a relevant gender change case. They're losing me. They're losing me. I don't get it. I don't understand what that last bit said. This section has confused me. Section 9, paragraph 20 relates to insurance contracts. It provides, it is not a contravention of this part of this Act so far as relating to relevant discrimination to do anything in relation to annuity, life insurance policy, accident insurance policy, or similar matter involving the assessment of risk if A, that thing is done by reference to actuarial or other data from a source on which it is reasonable to rely, and B, it is reasonable to do it. How does this come back to sex? It is not a contravention of this part of this Act so far as relating to relevant discrimination to do anything in relation to annuity, life. Oh, you can't do things to do with life insurance and stuff based on sex. So if someone is not more of a risk to somebody else with regards to insurance policies because of their sex. Oh no, you can do something based on sex. Okay. Life insurance things can take sex into account. Now I understand. Because it's not a contravention. So you can discriminate based on sex as a life insurance company. Okay. So long as it's reasonable to do so. Relevant discrimination is defined by paragraph 20, subsection 2, as including pregnancy and maternity discrimination and sex discrimination. In the case of pregnancy and maternity discrimination, only women who can become pregnant can be affected by differential provision of this kind, but certificated sex definition would exclude trans men who are pregnant. That is, pregnant women living as a trans man with a gender recognition certificate. Ugh. I wish they could. I understand why they put these bits so that it's clear to the public, because they earlier said they have to be clear to the public. But Jesus, you could just do that in a different way. In the case of sex discrimination, it is impossible to see how the assessment of the differential risk known to be posed by, say, women and men drivers, could possibly be made by reference to actuarial or reliable data sources that had also to take account of certificated sex based on GRC. There is no rational basis for thinking that having a certificate could make a difference to the risk posed by drivers or different sexes. Here too, sex can only mean biological sex. Yeah, kinda. There are also provisions in the Equality Act 2010 that allow for differential treatment afforded by service providers and others to protect the health and safety of women generally and pregnant women in particular. In other words, what would otherwise amount to unlawful discrimination in regulated activities is not unlawful by virtue of these provisions. 2 examples are sufficient for our purposes. The first example concerns pregnant women, and consistently with the provisions, we understand this. Pregnant women is implying sex. Because, or at least it means that, like, yeah, it's implying sex when we're protecting them, because presumably you weren't intending for that protection to not include trans dudes that are pregnant. Because that would be, like, super crazy to do. God damn it. Why do they fucking write the Equality Act so shittily? I'll be real. I'm leaning towards the Supreme Court kind of making sense here. And really, it's just the Equality Act of 2010. They fucked up. And they wrote the law retardedly. And now we're facing the consequence of they wrote the law badly. Fuck's sake, how can you write a law like this and not consider the fact that GRA Section 9, Subsection 1 has gender recognition certificate? That's so... How... I don't understand how this even happened. A service provider A who refuses to provide the service to a pregnant woman does not discriminate against her in contravention of Section 29 because she is pregnant if A reasonably believes that providing her with a service would, because she's pregnant, create a risk to her health or safety. Okay, we're going to skip the pregnancy points because we get it and I understand. Yeah, we get it. It doesn't make sense for them to be protecting only pregnant women when they're trying to prevent people from discriminating based off of the fact of them being pregnant. Because trans dudes can get pregnant. Or at least trans dudes with gender recognition certificate. Or gender recognition certificate doesn't preclude you from being able to be pregnant. Yeah. We've dealt with the pregnancy thing. It's all just pregnancy stuff. A similar point can be made in relation to the provision made by Schedule 7, Paragraph 1, which provides that neither a sex equality clause nor a maternity equality clause has effect in relation to terms of work. More pregnancy stuff. We get it. More pregnancy stuff. We get it. No variable definition of woman. The second division of Inner House recognised the force of this manifestly obvious conclusion in relation to provisions related by pregnancy and maternity. The Inner House concluded that since pregnancy is a matter of fact, which hinges entirely on biology, these provisions do mandate a biological meaning of sex. In reaching that conclusion, the Inner House also recognised that there might be other provisions in the Equality Act 2010 where it might equally be necessary to adopt what they described as a contextual interpretation of sex as based on biology. However, the Inner House regarded it as impractical to examine every section and every schedule of the Equality Act 2010 to address this possibility. God, this is fucked. I'd like to know what happens if a law is written and the law as it's written doesn't make sense given a law that already exists. Like literally, like grammatically doesn't make sense. Because that's essentially what we have here. The Equality Act of 2010, as they're highlighting, kind of doesn't really make sense. Given that GRCs exist under the Gender Recognition Act of 2004, 6 years before it. God damn. Paragraph 62, the Inner House continued to interpret these provisions as including only those who are pregnant, both as a matter of fact and biology, regardless of the terms of any GRC, does not detract from the proposition that the default interpretation of woman and female would elsewhere in the Act include such a person. We do not consider that such an approach leads to an interpretation which is other than constant and predictable. We do not understand the observations in Imperial Tobacco as excluding an interpretation under which a word or phrase has a default meaning within a statute other than where the context clearly mandates otherwise. What is required is that whenever the phrase or word occurs, its meaning within the particular context where it appears is clear and predictable. The approach which we have identified achieves that. We respectfully disagree with this conclusion. By its nature, a variable definition is neither clear, constant, nor predictable. It's the opposite, in fact. It is also contradicted by the single definition of sex that fixes its meaning in the Equality Act 2010. Let me reread that real quick. To interpret these provisions as including only... Who's this a quote from? The Inner House. To interpret these provisions as including only those who are pregnant, both as a matter of fact and biology, regardless of the terms of any GRC, does not detract from the proposition that the default interpretation of woman or female would elsewhere in the Act include such a person. We do not consider that such an approach leads to an interpretation which is other than consistent and predictable. Yeah, so basically the Inner House is saying that while there are going to be some things that refer to biology and the text itself does not differentiate using its terms, you can tell from context what's what. And I don't know if law is supposed to work like that. I would need to speak to more lawyers to know if that's how law works. It is the opposite, in fact. It is also contradicted by the single definition of sex that fixes its meaning in the Equality Act 2010. As Lord Nichols explained in Spaffholm, page 397, citizens, with the assistance of their advisers, are intended to be able to understand parliamentary enactments so that they can regulate their conduct accordingly. They should be able to rely upon what they read in an Act of Parliament. Individuals and organisations required to apply the requirements of Equality Act 2010 in practice should not have to work out which of the variable definitions apply without assistance from the words of the legislation itself. We address below the other practical difficulties that flow from a certificated sex interpretation. Moreover, the suggestion in paragraph 63 of the Inner House judgment of the implications of the grant of GRC under the GRA 2004 may not have been adequately considered in the passage of the Equality Act 2010, which underwent various iterations and amendments during its passage from bill to complex, multifaceted statute. Is contradicted by the careful, specific references to the General Recognition Act 2004, including as referred to at para 157 above. There is no factual foundation for this conclusion, rather, as the Inner House expressly observed earlier in the judgment, when the Equality Act was passed in 2010, it must be assumed that Parliament was fully cognizant of the purpose, terms and effects of the GRA. I mean, it clearly wasn't adequately considered. But there's no good reason why it wouldn't be adequately considered. Because it doesn't... The Equality Act 2010 doesn't make sense under either reading. The biological reading doesn't make sense, as we mentioned earlier. Is this dude the person they mean when a violent sexual assault victim requests a female practitioner? Do they mean him? No, the fuck they don't. At the same time, if we take a certificated sex-based approach, are they intentionally excluding trans men for protections of pregnancy? Also, probably not. So neither reading makes sense. They're leaning towards the sex base. It does make sense. The Scottish ministers support the conclusion that differential provision has been made for definitions of sex in the Equality Act 2010. They advance two purported justifications. First, that requiring a differential meaning to be given to the term woman in the pregnancy context is not impermissible as a matter of statutory construction. Secondly, they say that without requiring a different meaning to be given to the term woman in the pregnancy provisions, a person such as the claimant in McConnell, namely a pregnant trans man with a GRC, who is for legal purposes a pregnant man but biological woman, would be entitled to protection from discrimination under Section 13 of the Equality Act 2010 on grounds of gender reassignment, on the basis that insofar as the protections afforded to women in respect of birth and maternity fall within the regulated activities, he would, in being treated less favourably by being denied those protections, have been directly discriminated against on that ground. Scottish ministers, I do not know how this defends you. This is the problem. Because obviously claimant McConnell should be allowed those same provisions and protections. Yeah, I hate this. We do not regard either point as justifying a variable definition of sex in the Equality Act of 2010. The definition of sex is foundational to the Equality Act 2010. The bare assertion that a variable definition is not impermissible as a matter of statutory construction falls far short of providing any compelling basis for concluding that a variable definition was intended in Section 212, subsection 1, or is required. It is simply not plausible to think that the definition of sex as used in pregnancy and maternity related provisions is a result of a genuine drafting error. There are no circumstances in which biological male can be pregnant, and no man can therefore ever be an appropriate comparator in a pregnancy discrimination case. As we have explained, the pregnancy discrimination provisions are deliberately framed on the basis of unfavourable rather than less favourable treatment and tied to biological females for this reason. Given the presumption, which has not been rebuted, that Section 212, subsection 1 provides a single definition of woman for the purposes of Equality Act 2010, it follows that woman, wherever used in the Equality Act 2010, must have a single, consistent, stable and predictable meaning. They're probably right there. That's probably correct. If the Scottish ministers were right and Section 9, subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 has effect for the definition of sex throughout the Equality Act 2010, this would suggest legislative intention to provide protection only for pregnancies of women who do not have a gender recognition certificate, and to exclude living in the male gender biological women who have a gender recognition certificate and so are male on the Scottish minister's case, who may become pregnant, as illustrated by the circumstances of the McConnell case. It is difficult to see any good reason for such an approach. The Scottish minister's second argument about gender reassignment discrimination seeks to address oddity of this result, but is unsatisfactory as a response. On their case, a man denied the protections available for women for pregnancy and maternity is most obviously treated differently on grounds of sex and not gender reassignment. But sex discrimination cannot run. Parliament plainly intended biological women to benefit automatically from these protections, and it's unlikely to have been the legislative intention that a pregnant trans man with a GRC should have to pursue gender reassignment discrimination in order to obtain the benefit of such protection, whereas a pregnant trans man without a GRC is automatically entitled to them as a woman. Yeah. In any event, this alternative argument fails to engage with the more important consequences of In any event, this alternative argument fails to engage with the more important consequence of rejection of a variable definition of sex for the Scottish minister's arguments. Just as the pregnancy provisions manifestly require sex, woman and man to be interpreted in accordance with the biological meaning of these words, the same is also true of several other provisions to which we have referred above, and to other core provisions which we address below. Properly understood, these further provisions would be unworkable inconsistent, and incoherent if they bore a certificated sex, meaning modified by Section 9, Subsection 1 and Subsection 2 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004. It's fucked. God, this whole thing is fucked. But I maintain that the sex-based definition doesn't make sense either. Because of what we mentioned earlier with the violent sexual assault victims. It doesn't make sense for it to be sex. Because I doubt they want fucking Buck Angel. Or fucking Jamie, whatever his surname is. Jamie Dodger. Oh, James Raines. Gender reassignment. A person has the protected characteristics of gender reassignment if a person is proposing to undergo, is undergoing, or has undergone a process or part of a process for the purpose of reassigning the person's sex by changing physiological or other attributes of sex. Okay, so you have to be going under something. A reference to a transsexual person is a reference to a person who has protected characteristics of gender reassignment. Are we really saying transsexual, not transgender? That's kind of crazy. Unless we're referring to something old. Did I miss this bit? I might have done. Other core provisions, gender reassignment and sexual orientation. Two other core provisions support our conclusion thus far. First, the protected characteristics of gender reassignment is defined distinctly from sex in Section 7 of the Equality Act 2010. There is no conflation of these separate characteristics Section 7 provides. Yeah, in 2010 we did still use transsexual, I guess. A reference to a transsexual person is a reference to a person who has protected characteristic of gender reassignment. In relation to the protected characteristic of gender reassignment, a reference to a person who has a particular protected characteristic is a reference to a transsexual person. A reference to a person who share a protected characteristic is a reference to a transsexual person's. Fuck. Accordingly, Equality Act 2010 recognises sex and gender reassignment as distinct and separate basis for discrimination and inequality, giving a separate protection to each. I wouldn't necessarily say that. It could just mean that there are extra protections for trans people. Like the pure existence of there being sex things and, as this labelled it, transsexual things in terms of protections could also very easily mean, and would be my interpretation, that you have protections as a woman and extra protections as a trans woman. Those who have a protected characteristic of gender reassignment are referred to as a transsexual person, not as a trans woman or man. There is no distinction drawn in Section 7 or elsewhere between those for whom the relevant process would involve reassignment male to female or female to male. In other words, it is the attribute of proposing to undergo, undergoing, or have undergone a process, or part of a process for the purpose of reassignment, which is the common fact, not the sex into which the person is reassigned. The definition does not depend on having a gender recognition certificate. There is no reference, or there could have been, to the Gender Recognition Act 2004 or to a gender recognition certificate. Instead, it is dependent on a process for the purpose of reassigning a person's sex by changing physiological or attributes of sex. It makes sense in my mind that they didn't mention GRCs in there, because GRCs take you from being legally one sex to another. They do not label you as trans, necessarily. So as a male, if I get a GRC, Gender Recognition Act, says I'm legally female, not legally a trans woman, just female. So in my mind, it makes sense that the GRC and GRA aren't referenced, because this is specifically in reference to me being a trans woman. And GRC would just be like, that's a type of woman, essentially. But the fact that Section 7 refers to a process for reassigning sex does not lead to the conclusion that such a process results in a change in the protected characteristic of sex under the Equality Act 2010. Section 7 does not say this, nor is it said anywhere in the Equality Act 2010. The Scottish ministers contend that it is inherent in the provision because it contemplates the possibility of a change in the protected characteristic of sex from man to woman and vice versa for persons who have attained a full GRC. I fully agree with Scottish ministers here. Again, Section 7 does not say so. There is nothing in its wording to suggest that the change referred to is based on obtaining a paper certificate. Oh, wait. The Scottish ministers contend that it is inherent in this provision because it contemplates the possibility of a change protected characteristic of sex from man to woman and vice versa for persons who have obtained a full GRC. Okay. That's a retarded fucking contention. Obviously, it's not saying anything about GRC, and it doesn't. This definition isn't a definition to mean GRC. GRC wouldn't even line up with a definition of GRC because GRC does not require that you are currently having a physiological thing going on or plan to. If I remember it correctly. Maybe it does, I can't remember. Yeah. Section 7 does not say this, nor is it said elsewhere in the Equality Act 2010. Scottish ministers... again, does not say so. There is nothing in its wording to suggest that the change referred to it is based on obtaining a paper certificate. The critical process on which the Section 7 characteristic depends involves a change in physiological or other attributes of what must necessarily be biological sex. But there is nothing to suggest that undergoing such a process changes a person's sex as a matter of law. It does not. Indeed, a full process of medical transition of the opposite gender without obtaining a GRC has no effect on the person's sex as a matter of law. That would be correct. That's the only reasonable way to read the law. Section 9, subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 only applies where a full GRC is obtained. Nobody suggests that a person with a protected characteristic of gender reassignment is entitled to, on that basis alone, to be treated as if their sex has changed for any legal purposes. Without a GRC, a trans woman protected by Section 7 under Equality Act 2010 is male for legal purposes, and so too a trans man is female for legal purposes. Wait, what? Without a GRC? Oh, right, okay, without. Okay, yeah. It is significant, therefore, that Section 7 is considerably broader in scope and coverage from the category of people with GRC. Yeah, obviously. Moreover, as we have observed above, the data shows that an overwhelming majority of people with a protected characteristic of gender reassignment do not have a GRC. Maybe you should think about that as a separate thing. As a separate thing, if the fact that the overwhelming majority of trans people don't get a GRC, maybe you should be thinking about why. Because I see no reason why you wouldn't want a GRC. So maybe there's a problem there in it being real fucking hard to get. As a separate thing. As a separate point. Yeah, Talia, we're going over the court document. If you just got here, Talia, this is such an annoying... Because in some ways they're right. The 2010 Equality Act has been written in the most retarded possible way. Where both women... You've been here for like 10 minutes-ish? Okay. It mentions earlier, and this is one of their pieces of evidence, that the Equality Act meant biological sex, not including gender certificates. Problem. So yeah, but the evidence it provides, one of them is in the Equality Act, a woman, somebody that has been a victim of a sexual violence case, when they seek out medical care, they are within their rights to ask for someone of a specific sex. So like if they're a woman that has received sexual violence, they are fully within their rights to say, I specifically want a female practitioner. And this argues, well, in this situation, they're clearly referring to biological sex. And to some degree, I would agree with that. They probably aren't wanting me to turn up. They would probably still feel distressed if I turned up, even if I had a GRC. However, what if he turned up? He's a biological female, trans dude. I don't think they'd be too happy if he's who turned up. So, in my opinion, there is no good interpretation. It's either wrong or wrong. But they didn't think about the trans men. They only thought about trans women when they were going over the recent thing here. And then the other point that I would lean towards agreement with is the Equality Act also lays out a bunch of protections for pregnant women, and it is unreasonable to think that they didn't also mean to include trans men. So, like, you can't discriminate based on somebody's pregnancy, and like there are things you have to provide for someone if they are pregnant. It would be weird to assume that they meant that, like, oh, but if it's a trans dude with a gender recognition certificate that's pregnant, yeah, you can discriminate against him though. That makes no sense, and they probably didn't mean to have that. So neither interpretation makes sense in my mind, but they're leaning towards the biological interpretation makes sense because they didn't think about what if he turns up as your medical practitioner when you requested a female practitioner. Fuck's sake. I need to fucking debate some fucking Supreme Court justices. Okie dokie. I'm just double checking where I was at. We'll just go from 201. Section 9, subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 only applies where a full gender recognition certificate has been obtained. Oh, Talia, do you know about the giveaway? I feel like I need to tell people. I will make a proper announcement about the giveaway. I need to do that. I'll do that today. If you type in !points, you can see your points as you earn them. By participating in chat and coming to the live streams, you are earning points. Those points mean prizes. On Wednesday, the 28th, we will do the prize draw. You'll be able to spend, for every 100 points, you'll be able to buy an entry into the giveaway. The more entries you buy with your points, the more your odds of winning. The prize, a package of 6 free private lessons with myself, totaling a value of £120. Pretty good deal. So you just have to come by chat, participate in chat. I'm currently trying to set up a raffle thing so we can have like random giveaways of points to like promote people to like, hey, be actually in chat. But I haven't got that working yet. The script isn't working properly. But yes, so make sure you're coming to the live streams every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We didn't have one yesterday because I was busy. And obviously the workshops. This fucking law. Since, as we explained above, neither possession of a GRC nor the protected characteristic of gender reassignment requires any physiological change or even any change in outward appearance. There is no obvious outward meaning of distinguishing between a person. Excuse me. Where was I? There is no outward meaning. There is no obvious outward meaning of distinguishing between a person with a protected characteristic of gender reassignment, who has a gender recognition certificate, and a person with that characteristic who does not. The only difference between these two groups is possession of paper certificate, and the fact that possessing a GRC is confidential to the person who has it, and subject to stringent restrictions on disclosure. The duty bearer cannot ask whether it has been obtained. There is, accordingly, no way for duty bearers to distinguish confidently between these two groups when regulating their conduct in accordance with obligations imposed by the Equality Act 2010. Moreover, in either case, the individual's biological sex may continue to be readily perceivable and may form the basis of unlawful discrimination. A person who has the protected characteristic of gender reassignment, as soon as they propose to undergo the process, so that it may be at that stage, there is no change in outward appearance. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, the level of confidentiality of a GRC does make it start to make less sense as a thing. Like, if nobody can even request a GRC to see if you have a GRC or not, how can they make sure not to discriminate against you? I don't really know. Like, what can a certificate do if only the holder of a certificate is allowed to even know it exists? You know, at that point, does it exist? Like, yeah. But at the same time, like, you could just say, well, the burden is on the trans individual to disclose that if they want somebody to be treating them that way in a legal setting. But like, yeah, so if you're making a, let's say we are making let's say a workplace has 2 changing rooms, to avoid the toilets example, because that has obvious stupidities. They have 2 changing rooms, and let's say it's a workplace where you have to change into like a completely different outfit, like you're going to be totally nude as you're changing. Let's just say this is a hypothetical. And they have a male changing room and a female changing room for obvious reasoning. GRC means that a trans woman would be in the female changing room. How do they know if you have a GRC or not to be able to like make this work? They don't. So how is this going to work? I don't know. Like, let's say we have me, late stage transition, when I just look totally female, but I don't have a GRC. What happens then? I don't really know. Do I have an obligation to disclose it? I don't know. I don't think any of us really lays it out very well. So like, it's complicated. Yeah. But so many edge cases is why I'm sympathetic to this legal reading. Because basically we have all these edge cases. The law here doesn't make sense. However, I don't think their interpretation of biological sex makes it make more sense. I think it still doesn't make sense because of trans dudes. Yeah, I don't know. The consequence of an interpretation of sex in the Equality Act 2010 as extending to certificated sex pursuant to Section 9, Subsection 1 and Subsection 2 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 would also create an odd inequality of statuses between those who share protected characteristics of gender reassignment but do not hold a GRC. We read this bit already, didn't we? Okay, did we read all of that already? The difficulty this interpretation would create for service providers, employers, and other organisations in applying equality laws to these groups is obvious. Research referred by Sex Matters shows that since it is in practice impossible for organisations to distinguish between people with the protected characteristics of gender reassignment who do and do not have a GRC, many organisations feel pressured into accepting de facto self-identification for the purposes of identifying whom to treat as a woman or girl when seeking to apply the group-based rights and protections of the Equality Act 2010 in relation to the protected characteristic of sex. The result in some cases is that certain women-only groups, organisations and charities have come under pressure, including from funders and commissioners, to include trans women, and policy decisions have been taken simply to accept members or users of the opposite biological sex, in either assuming that they hold a confidential GRC or on the basis of self-identification. And while this might be a result that we think based, hells yeah, it comes into the problem of that not being how the law was intended to be written. And so, given that we are talking about how the law is intended to be written here, there's a problem there, because that's probably not the intended result. The second core provision is Section 12 of the Equality Act 2010, which defines the protected characteristic of sexual orientation and is framed by reference to orientation towards person of the same sex, the opposite sex, or either sex. Read fairly, references to sex in this provision can only... read fairly, references to sex in this provision can only mean biological sex. People are not sexually oriented towards those in possession of a certificate. Section 12 provides as follows. 12. Sexual orientation. Sexual orientation means a person's sexual orientation towards A. A person of same sex, B. Persons of opposite sex, or C. Persons of either sex. In relation to protected characteristic of sexual orientation, a reference to a person who has particular protected characteristic is a reference to a person who is of a particular sexual orientation. A reference to persons who share protected characteristic is a reference to persons who are of the same sexual orientation. Yeah, again, this also, yeah. It doesn't make sense that your sexual orientation, as it is legally understood, and the definitions of sexual orientations, it doesn't make sense that you would be legally straight or not straight based on whether I have gotten a certificate or not. That's a little bit nuts. Accordingly, a person with same sexual orientation as a lesbian must be a female who is sexually oriented towards or attracted to females, and lesbians as a group are females who share characteristic of being sexually oriented to females. This is coherent and understandable on a biological understanding of sex. I disagree with that one. Let's say a dude is attracted to this dude. It's pretty gay, bro. Are you really going to say that that's not pretty gay? Really? And you think that's the most reasonable way to read this? Really? It's pretty gay, dude. I don't know. Pretty fucking gay to me. On the other hand, if a GRC under Section 9, subsection 1 of a GRA 2004 were to alter the meaning of sex under the Equality Act 2010, it would mean that a trans woman, a biological male, with a GRC, so legally female, who remains sexually oriented to other females would become a same-sex attracted female, in other words, a lesbian. This bit is, they're right to say it's retarded, but they're wrong about the reasoning. It's stupid to say that this person is legally a lesbian or not a lesbian based on whether they have a certificate. Like, that's probably not... Whether you're attracted to this dude or not, or whether it's gay for a dude to be attracted to this dude, isn't based upon whether he has a certificate. It's based on the fact that fucking look at him, look at that fucking gorgeous beard. It's pretty fucking gay. The concept of sexual orientation towards members of a particular sex in Section 12 is rendered meaningless. It would also affect the composition of the groups who share the same sexual orientation, because a trans woman with GRC and a sexual orientations towards women would fall to be treated as lesbians, in a similar way as described above in relation to women and girls. Yeah, they're right for the wrong reason. The reason it's retarded is because it becomes the certificate, not because of the fucking rest of it. Oh yeah, I lean towards retarded being fine because, like, so the reasonings I've heard against it is because some people might feel included in that because of, like, whatever they have going on with themselves. My opinion towards it is, oh wait, yeah, you might actually get, you might not be able to say it because I don't know if Automod is going to flag it. Watch out for that one. If somebody gets banned for it, I'll just unban them. I don't know because I can't see the list of words that it actually bans for. Yeah, my reasoning for not thinking that retarded is a problem is because, like, the person isn't retarded. If you have, like, what are the like, I've heard some people say, like, it might make autistic people feel like victimized or something. Like, you're not retarded for being autistic. That's not what retarded means. Retarded is an insult saying that you are low IQ. Like, if retarded is a problem, so is stupid. They're identical words. It's just a stronger way of saying it. Like, retarded is an identical meaning of stupid, but meaning it in a meaner way. So it doesn't make sense. And I like, if we were to agree with the idea that retarded is an attack on either neurodiverse people or people with various learning disabilities, we have to then concede that those people are low IQ or retarded. Because that's what you're basically saying. You can't use it as an insult because some people are that thing. Like, to give a comparison, we don't call people like, I can't even say it on YouTube, but like F slurs. We don't use that because some people are gay, and that's okay. With retarded, I'm like, there is no some people are retarded and that's okay. So like, you know, that's my reasoning behind that. I feel like we are basically, if we say you can't say retarded because of these particular groups, you're calling those groups retarded. That's what you're doing there. And I think that's in and of itself a bit retarded and like really like not okay. Yes, that's my reasoning behind that. Okie dokie, so boo. Did we get to this? No, we didn't. Thus, as well as the inevitable loss of autonomy and dignity for lesbians, such as an approach would carry with it, it would also have practical implications for lesbians across several areas of their lives, as described by Miss Monahan KC in her written case for the second interveners. Of particular significance is the impact it would have for lesbian clubs associated with governed Part 7. Notice how they never think about gay clubs or trans dudes or men in any way during any of this. Of particular significance is the impact it would have for lesbian clubs and associations governed by Part 7 of the Equality Act 2010, including relatively small associations. They must have at least 25 members and admission. Yeah, and admission must be regulated by the association's rules and involve a process of selection. Part 7 of the Equality Act 2010 prohibits discrimination, harassment and victimization against applicants for membership, members and their guests of clubs and associations, sections blah 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 of the Equality Act. However, Schedule 16 paragraph 1 allows an association to restrict membership access to benefits, services and facilities and access to guests to persons who share a protected characteristic. In other words, clubs and associations can restrict membership and access to women or to same-sex attracted people without contravening sections blah blah blah. But there is no exception permitting the exclusion of trans women, biological men with GRC, so legally female. Accordingly, if a GRC changes a person's sex for purposes of Equality Act 2010, a women-only club or a club reserved for lesbians would have to admit trans women as a GRC, with a GRC. Legal females who are biologically male and attracted to women. Evidence referred to by the second interveners suggests that this is having a chilling effect on lesbians who are no longer using lesbian-only spaces because of the presence of trans women. So, okay, like, your job as the Supreme Court is not to weigh in on whether this is a good or bad law. Your job is to interpret the law. And right now, I'm hearing this law is a bad law, and so we're going to interpret it differently. That's not your job. All you do is say what the law means. And if the law means that a lesbian club has to allow trans women into it that have a GRC, then that's what it means. It ain't your job, Supreme Court. That's for Parliament to change if they want to change it. It is unprincipled to answer this problem by saying, as the Scottish ministers do, that associations can restrict membership to less than 25 members so that they are not an association for the purposes of Part 7. It is also impractical. The Scottish ministers also suggested in writing that the fact that the members of the association may not be attracted to a particular woman, a trans woman with a GRC who is therefore legally female, or wish to associate with her, does not diminish the protections which they are entitled to in terms of their own protected characteristics of sexual orientation. Obviously, because just because you're a lesbian doesn't mean you're attracted to all women. Even if this is true, which is doubtful, it does not begin to address the chilling effect a certificated sex interpretation appears to have on ability of lesbians to associate in lesbian-only spaces. Why do we care if it has a chilling effect? You are not Parliament. The idea of it, to do so should seek instead to restrict membership on the basis of some shared philosophical belief regarding the immutability of sex, as Miss Crawford Casey suggested in argument, demonstrates the incoherence of the Scottish minister's position. This is stupid. This is stupid. The argument you're making is, it makes no sense that the legal definition of lesbian could be including trans women, because there are some lesbians that wouldn't be attracted to a trans woman. Doesn't make sense. There are some of everything that might not be attracted to an individual. Just because you're gay doesn't mean you like to suck all cocks. Okay? Doesn't even necessarily mean you like to suck cock. You might like to do something else, you know? Just because you're lesbian doesn't mean you're attracted to all women. It just means that all the people you're attracted to fit into the category of woman. This is stupid. In short, the core provisions which refer to as sex, man or woman, are not capable of being read fairly and consistently with terms of Section 9, subsection 1, and subsection 2 of the Gender Recognition Act. They're talking about gender certificates there, without defeating their purpose and meaning. The definition of these terms contained in Section 212, subsection 1, when applied in particular to Section 11, protected characteristic of sex, which is at the heart of this case, is not capable of being interpreted on the basis of certificated sex. Rather, sex has its biological meaning throughout the legislation. Woman always and only means biological female of any age in Section 212, subsection 1. It follows that a biological male of any age can fall within this definition. And woman does not mean, or sometimes mean, or include a male of any age who holds a gender recognition certificate, or exclude a female of any age who holds a gender recognition certificate. To reach any other conclusion would turn the foundation of definitions of sex on its head and diminish the protection available to individuals and groups against discrimination on the grounds of sex. As we shall explain below, in relation to sex discrimination and individual will, an individual will still be entitled to protection against discrimination on the grounds of sex on its biological meaning. Thus, the objective of non-discrimination between the sexes is maintained while at the same time protecting individuals with GRC from non-discrimination and without seriously undermining the intention behind GRA 2004. No. I will acknowledge that the certification-based definition, essentially, as this law is written, the law doesn't make sense if a trans woman's a woman. I agree. They fucked it up. However, it also doesn't make sense if only cis women are women. Neither makes sense. Because, specifically laid out, if an individual, male or female, is the victim of sexual violence, then they are a full right to request a particular sexed practitioner when seeking medical care. They probably don't mean that if a woman is a victim of sexual violence and she requests another female practitioner, I don't think this is who she fucking means, buddy. That would be stupid. Yeah? I understand she might not mean me, because I still kind of look like a dude in a lot of ways. But she sure as hell don't mean this dude either. So, the biological reading makes no sense. It makes no sense. So neither definition works, making the law effectively uninterpretable. And I don't know what we do with uninterpretable laws, but meaning and workability of other provisions. We've so far concentrated on the core provisions of Section 7, 11, 12, 13, 6, subsection 6, and 17 to 18 of the Equality Act 2010. There are several other provisions that we must address because, contrary to the reasoning and conclusion of the Inner House, they too demonstrate that an interpretation of sex based on certificated sex would render the Equality Act 2010 incoherent and unworkable. In other words, the proper functioning of these provisions depends on a biological interpretation of sex. No. Certificated sex does kind of render it a bit incoherent and unworkable, but so does biological sex. It is an incoherent and uninterpretable and unworkable act. It just needs a little bit of rewriting. Yeah, see you, Talia. Thank you so much for coming. My guess is, if you're still there, my guess is that there's going to be further updates on this because this doesn't really fix anything. Because we still have a problem of the biological reading still not making sense. And I would imagine there's going to be a trans charity that goes around and approaches the Supreme Court and like, hey, we still have a huge problem here. You have not fixed this problem at all. What about the trans dude healthcare workers? And I imagine there'll be other examples as well. So I would feel very confident in saying that this is not a settled matter. In that, like, somebody's going to dispute this, no doubt about it. So if that makes you feel any better, sit tight. I feel so confident that someone's going to dispute this, because if I can see really obvious flaws like that, I imagine a charity probably saw them immediately and saw more than I did. So, okay, separate and single-sex services. Part 3 of the Equality Act 2010 regulates the provision of services and public functions, and we have set out the above terms of a prohibition in Section 29, making it unlawful, among other things, to discriminate in the provision of a service or the exercise of a public function. Schedule 3 contains exemptions from this general prohibition. As we shall explain, some of these permit what would otherwise constitute gender reassignment discrimination, but make no similar provisions for persons issued with a full GRC. Other provisions permit carve-outs from what would otherwise constitute sex discrimination under the Equality Act 2010. In enacting these exemptions, the intentions must have been to allow for the exclusion of those with a protected characteristic of gender reassignment, regardless of the possession of GRC, in order to maintain the provisions of single or separate services for women and men as distinct groups in appropriate circumstances. I'm going to pop to the toilet real quick, and I'll be right back. Okie dokie, more of this law, this interpretation of law. Makes no fucking sense. Drink first, law second. Okay. My God. We definitely got to the meat of it. These provisions are directed at maintaining the availability of separate or single spaces or services for women or men as a group. For example, changing rooms, homeless hostels, segregated swimming areas, that might be essential for religious reasons or desirable for protection of a woman's safety, or the autonomy or privacy and dignity of the two sexes, or medical or counselling services provided only to women or men, for example, cervical cancer screening for women or prostate cancer screening for men, or counselling for women only as victims of rape or domestic violence. So far as sex discrimination is concerned, paragraph 26 of Schedule 3 provides that the provision of separate services for persons of each sex will not constitute unlawful sex discrimination in the provision of services, where joint services for both sexes would be less effective, and such provision is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. Oh boy, we're going to have the trans men issue again. A person does not contravene Section 29 so far as relating to sex discrimination by providing separate services for persons of each sex if a joint service for persons of both sexes would be less effective, and b, the limited provision is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. 2. A person does not contravene Section 29 so far as relating to sex discrimination by providing separate services differently for persons of each sex if a joint service for persons of both sexes would be less effective, b, the extent to which the service is required by one sex makes it not reasonably practicable to provide the service otherwise than as a separate service provided differently for each sex, and c, the limited provision is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. Basically, it is legal to have single-sex services, so long as it's for a legitimate aim. If sex has its biological meaning in this paragraph, then a service provider can separate male and female users as obvious distinct groups. For a homeless shelter, could have separate hostels for men and women, provided this pursued a legitimate aim, which might be safety and security of women users of all their privacy and dignity. And the same for male users. By contrast, if sex means certificated sex, the service provider would have to allow access to trans women with a GRC, in other words, biological males who are female according to Section 9, subsection 1, to the women's hostel. The following practical difficulties would arise. First, it would be difficult or impossible for the service provider to distinguish between trans women with and without a GRC, because, as we've explained, the two groups are often visually or outwardly indistinguishable. Secondly, and more fundamentally, it is likely to be difficult, if not impossible, to establish conditions necessary for separate services for each sex when each group includes persons of both biological sexes. For example, it is difficult to envisage how the condition in paragraph 26, subsection 2, subsection A, a joint service for persons of both sexes would be less effective, could ever be fulfilled when each sex includes members of the opposite biological sex in possession of a GRC and excludes members of the same biological sex with a GRC. In other words, if as a matter of law, a service provider is required to provide services previously limited to women, also to trans women with a GRC, even if they present as biological men, it is difficult to see how they can justify refusing to provide these services also to biological men and who also look like biological men. Again, what about a trans man who looks like a biological man? Is that not the same problem? Because you're talking about the issue here being how they look. Trans people can look like biological men or biological women. Case in point. Right? This doesn't make any sense. Like, are you saying that your women's only space you want, or no, are you saying your men only space and you want Ziana from Trans Voice Lessons? You want her there? Is that what's up? Because I don't think that's what's up. Thirdly, it also follows that although the gender reassignment exception in paragraph 28 does apply, it would be challenging to prove that exclusion of these with protected characteristic of gender reassignment is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. Fuck. Where was I? Fuck. There we go. Of achieving a legitimate aim, for example, protecting the safety of women, when sex means certificated sex, and the group includes trans women with a GRC who are biologically male but legally female, and excludes trans women without a GRC. Yeah, the basis of it being a certificate makes it weird. That said, there needs to be a legal way. There needs to be a way for the law to know that you're a trans person. But with other areas of the law, as we looked over in that lesbian case, seems pretty self-ID to me. You know? For your definition of a lesbian, being a woman who's attracted to women, well, that's all going to be self-ID. So, I don't know why a trans person couldn't be self-ID either. So they have a legitimate point there. The gender recognition certificate doesn't actually make a lot of sense, I guess. You would need it to just be... You don't even need the certificate. It's just there by default. Paragraph 27 of Section 3... Paragraph 27 of Schedule 3, single-sex services, presents similar problems if a certificated sex interpretation is adopted. It deals with services provided to one sex only, for example, rape or domestic violence counselling, domestic violence refugees, rape crisis centres, female-only hospital wards, and changing rooms. It provides a person does not contravene Section 29 so far as relating to sex discrimination by providing a service only to persons of one sex. We understand this. We don't need to go into all the little fucking things. You can provide a service for a single-sex person. Okay. The gateway conditions in paragraph 27, 2 to 7, cannot be coherently applied if sex does not carry its biological meaning, because it is hard to see how the condition in paragraph 27.2 that only persons of one sex have need of that particular service can be satisfied if each sex includes members of the opposite biological sex in possession of a GRC and excludes members of the same biological sex with a GRC. For example, take a cervical cancer screening service. On a certificated sex interpretation, a trans man who has a GRC, so is legally male, but as a biological female, retains a uterus and cervix, has the same need of cervical cancer screening service that is otherwise reserved for women only. A trans woman with a GRC, so legally female, would have no such need of that service as a biological male. The result is that the cervical cancer screening service cannot be said to be needed for members of one sex only on the basis and condition 2 is not capable of being satisfied. Yeah, valid. That bit makes no sense. I don't understand how this fucking Equality Act got written. Like, how did you do this while simultaneously forgetting about trans people and carving out a specific area for trans people? I don't get it. It makes no sense. Likewise, a certified sex interpretation of the conditions of paragraph 27, subsection 6 and subsection 7 that a person of one sex might reasonably object to the presence of a person of the opposite sex and physical contact provision will not be capable of being fulfilled in practice. Again, it is difficult to imagine how or in what circumstances it might be considered reasonable for a woman to object to members of the opposite sex in condition to 6, where the opposite sex would include trans women without a GRC who remain legally male, but not to members of her own sex. This would arise if, by operation of Section 9, subsection 1 of GRA 2004, the group of members of her own sex were to include biological men with a GRC and so legally female who would may be physically and outwardly indistinguishable from the former group of trans women without a GRC, while many women in a female-only changing room or on a women-only hospital ward or in a rape counselling group might reasonably object to the presence of biological males, it is difficult to see how a reasonableness of such an objection could be founded on possession of or lack of a certificate. It being based on the certificate, yes. This is so especially when the distinction does not track physical appearance or presentation, and the woman is unlikely to have any information about the GRC at the point of which her objection might be raised. A trans woman with a GRC who presents fully as a trans woman may feel she is more likely to prompt objections from other users if she enters men's changing rooms or other facilities than if she uses the women's changing rooms or facilities. But in facing that dilemma, she is in the same position as a trans woman without a GRC. Although such trans women may in practice choose to use female-only facilities in a way which does not in fact compromise the privacy and dignity of women users, the Scottish ministers do not suggest that a trans woman without a GRC is legally entitled to do so. Yeah, so I agree that the idea that it is based on the certificate doesn't make sense. To that extent, I agree. And to that very limited reading, I agree. However, it still doesn't make sense that the woman being moved towards the male areas because she doesn't have a GRC, that doesn't make sense. Or regardless of her GRC status. That still doesn't make sense, and it's almost certainly not the intention when writing this law. It just doesn't make sense. Again, we'll not use the trans women example because people don't like that example. You want him changing with your daughter? I don't think you do. The physical contact condition gives rise to the same difficulties on certificated sex interpretation. It can only be met where there is likely to be physical contact between person A, to whom service is provided, and person B, and B might reasonably object if A were not of the same sex as B. For example, it is readily understandable that a female massage therapist offering massages in her clients' homes might reasonably object to providing this service to a man in that environment. But for the reasons explained above, hard to see how any reasonable objection to providing the service could depend on whether the trans person has or does not have a GRC. The objection that B might reasonably have can only fairly be interpreted as being to the biological sex of the other person. Just because it isn't based on the GRC doesn't mean it's based on the biological sex. It's based on the appearance. Let's be real. That's what it's based off. Not the biological sex and not the GRC. If I have gone through HRT, I'll put my finger over here. If I've done HRT, I've done bottom surgery, maybe I've done facial feminization surgery, I've done voice training. How much is left for the person would even be able to identify me as a biological male? It does not make sense for the biological reading either. And I don't understand how they can come to the conclusion that because it's probably not based on the certificate itself, that automatically means that it must be biological then, biological sex. That's a huge leap. It is fanciful, even perverse, come on, dude, to think that any reasonable objection to the presence of a person of the opposite sex could be grounded in GRC status, or that a confidential GRC could make any difference at all. Read fairly in context, the provisions relating to single-sex services read fairly, can only be interpreted by reference to biological sex. Just because the GRC reading makes no sense doesn't mean that the biological sex does. I do not understand how they're making that leap. Just because this isn't an apple doesn't make it an orange. Paragraph 28. An additional exception in the context of provision of separate and single-sex services in relation to gender reassignment discrimination. It provides relevantly as follows. A person who does not contravene Section 29 so far as relating to gender reassignment discrimination only because of anything done in relation to a matter within subparagraph 2, if the conduct in question is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. The matters are A, the provision of separate services for persons of each sex, B, the provision of separate services differently for persons of each sex, C, the provision of a service only to persons of one sex. The reference in this paragraph only makes sense as a reference to biological sex. Provided it is proportionate, paragraph 28 exempts gender reassignment discrimination, but only in the context of the provision of separate services for men and women or single sex or services to one sex. To rely on this exception, there must be a separate or single sex service that satisfies the establishment conditions to which we have just referred. In paragraphs 26 and 27, for example, and as we have observed, these provisions cannot on the face of it operate coherently. In provision of services only to persons of one sex means provisions of services to a group comprising women, biological females, and trans women with GRC, but not to trans men with GRC. The difficulty of establishing the conditions for a separate or women-only service on an approach tied to certificated sex makes it difficult to envisage a circumstance where the ability to exclude on gender reassignment grounds could operate. Yeah, this does kind of imply, based on the fact that you've said this bit, that kind of makes it sound like this bit is referring to not gender reassignment people. My God. Okay. Let's skip ahead a bit, because I am burning out. We understand all of this. We can immediately know what the communal accommodation stuff will be, because it's the exact same what we've just been doing. But in the context of communal accommodation, it's going to be all the same stuff. Yes, the distinguishing of has a certificate versus not has a certificate doesn't really make sense here, but neither does biological sex. Because again, in your communal accommodation, if it's a women's only space, I doubt you want him there. We'll just keep going back to that. Hey, me huggy. Oh yeah, sorry, you can't do redeem yet. That one is broken. I need to fix that. Yeah, so redemptions will be done on the actual day of the giveaway. So Wednesday 28th, I'll try and do a really big stream to make sure that everybody has time to redeem all their points. Maybe I'll do an extra one as well, just to make sure everybody gets their turn. And then you'll be able to use all of the points you've been adding up to enter into a giveaway. Yeah. Hey, me huggy, we're just finishing off this Supreme Court document. There's been some fucking crazy shit, and there's been some stuff that essentially what they've lined out, they are kind of correct that... So, okay. The whole problem here is under the Gender Recognition Act, a trans person can get a gender recognition certificate, meaning that their gender becomes their sex as the law sees them. So a trans woman with a gender recognition certificate is viewed as a woman under the law. This becomes a problem in certain specific areas of the Equality Act of 2010, which we've been going over here. So, for example, the most recent thing here, communal accommodation. It doesn't make sense that a woman's only accommodation place is... it doesn't make sense that whether or not a trans woman is allowed in there is based off just a certificate. Or in an earlier thing, if you if you're providing services for a rape victim, we'll again use a situation of like, say it's a female-only space for rape victims. It doesn't make sense that how we define female there is based off whether or not you have a certificate. It's probably a bit more complicated than that. However, so they then say, because the certificated thing doesn't make sense, it must be the biological meaning. And I would say that also doesn't make sense. Because again, let's go to that rape victims thing. You're providing a service for women only that are victims of rape crimes. I don't think the law is meaning this dude has to be allowed in as well. It's probably reasonable that he's not allowed in the women's only space. This is a trans dude, by the way. So the biological reading doesn't make sense anyway. Either. Neither interpretation makes sense. Because it's probably not the case that you want him in your female only space. It's probably also not the case, when you think about like Ziana from Trans Voice Lessons, you probably don't want her in your male only space. So neither interpretation here really makes sense. But they're saying, no. The biological interpretation does make sense. So like, I half agree with them. I agree with the problem, but I don't agree with their solution. Their solution doesn't make any sense either. Okay, single-sex higher education institutions. Is this going to be, this is the same thing as before, but with the example of that. Associations and charities, it's the same thing, but in the example of associations and charities. Sports thing, it's the same thing, but sports. Public sector equality, same thing. But wait, is it the same thing? We'll go through this one just in case it's not the same thing, but this looks like a lot of examples that are basically the same example. Hey, Lismara. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Or at least their solution does not fix the problem. It's a bad interpretation. We've referred above at paras 127 and 147 to 149 to the main terms of the PSED and the positive action measures available, both in workplace, section 159, and in provisions of services, section 158. Other specific provision is made elsewhere, for example, sections 104 of the Equality Act 2010, which deals with women-only shortlists for parliamentary seats. This is going to be the exact same thing, isn't it? Yeah. Again, a type of women's space versus a type of men's space, and how all of that interacts. Like your dad said, Like your dad said, if to... you messed that up and it fucked me up. If a duck looks like a duck, walks like a duck... Oh, sorry. If you look like a duck, walk like a duck, talks like a duck... What? What is it, a dog? I feel like you have written that in a really confusing way. I know what you mean, but yeah. Yeah, it makes no sense. It should be an individual case by case. Yeah, I agree. I get that... like an earlier one that was like a really clear one to me, of how unclear it all is. No, I understand. Like if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, what's the other one? Looks like a duck, it's a duck. No, it's okay. I know what you're trying to say. But yeah, like the thing they brought up earlier, which made this like super clear in my opinion, is they brought up, so in the Equality Act, it lays out that a person who is a victim of violent sexual assault crimes, when they seek out medical assistance because of that, they retain the right to request a specific sex of the medical practitioner that gives them medical care. So, for example, if a woman is the victim of a sexual assault crime and seeks out some medical help, they are within their rights to request a female medical practitioner to give them their medical care. Okay? Reasonable. However, okay, so they then say it doesn't really make sense if it doesn't make sense for the way she's making that decision to be based on whether the person has a certificate or not. That's probably not what she means. And to add to that further, it's probably reasonable that she doesn't mean someone like a trans woman that doesn't pass yet. So like, she probably doesn't mean me. However, I doubt she fucking means him. Really? But they say, because it doesn't make sense in the certificated route, then it must be the biological route, or the biological definition that makes sense, that is the way that the law was meant to be interpreted. Really? Him? The victim of violent sexual assault, the woman that was a sexual assault victim, requesting a medical practitioner who is female, do you think she means him? Because I sure as fuck don't. Pretty sure she means someone else. Someone who looks like a woman. Because that's probably what she's thinking. Again, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, sounds like a duck. That's probably what she's after. She doesn't care about the biology underneath it all. Okay. And that's kind of been the issue throughout all of this. Like, I recognize that, firstly, these people, when they make requests like this, on where they are accessing services, aren't basing their their request on whether someone has a certificate or not. That's not what was important to the person making that request. And also, they don't even know if if a person has a certificate or not, because that's confidential information. So, you know, I agree that it doesn't make sense that this law was written such that sex meant gender recognition certificates. However, the biological reading makes no sense either. Both readings make no sense, and therefore the law is uninterpretable. I don't know what you do with uninterpretable laws, but they've said that it makes sense biological. I don't know. Stupid. All right, let's move forward. Give me something new. Yeah, armed forces. Yeah, same thing. It's just more examples of the same thing. I get it. You're listing them all out. Give me the next section of all this. Equal pay. Yes, okay, I get it. Okay, summary. Jesus Christ, that was so many fucking examples. Fucking hell. Okay, last 4 pages. Summary on the Equality Act of 2010. For all these reasons, this examination of the language of the Equality Act of 2010, its context and purpose demonstrate that the words sex, woman, and man in sections 11, 212, subsection 1 mean and were always intended to mean biological sex, biological woman, and biological man. Again, I understand why they're not getting this interpretation based off certification. I don't understand. That's not a justification for biology. They've made a lot of things. All of this has been, it doesn't make sense for it to be based on the certification. There have been no arguments supporting the biological reading yet. What the hell? These are the provisions. These are the other provisions to which we have referred cannot properly be interpreted as also extending to include certificated sex without rendering them incoherent and unworkable. In other words, in relation to sex discrimination, for the purposes of sections 11 and 212, a person with protected characteristics of sex has the characteristic of their biological sex only. A trans man with a GRC, a biological female but legally male, for purposes to which section 9, subsection 1 of GRA 2004 applies, is a woman for the purposes of section 11, and trans woman with a GRC, biological male but legally female for those purposes to which section 9, subsection 1 applies, is a man and not entitled to be treated as a woman under Equality Act 2010. This conclusion does not remove or diminish the important protections available under the Equality Act 2010 for trans people, with a GRC, as we have explained. Kind of does, but whatever. To the contrary, this potentially vulnerable group remains protected in the ways we have described in these circumstances, and notwithstanding that there is no expression provision in the Equality Act 2010 addressing the effect which Section 9, subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 has on the definition of sex. We are satisfied that the Equality Act 2010 does make provision within the meaning of Section 9, subsection 3, but disapplies the rule in Section 9, subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition 2004. Again, I do not understand, and they have not laid out what they mean by this. Because Section 9, subsection 1 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 simply states, subsection 1, the thing that lays out GRCs, is subject to provision made by this Act or any other Act or any subordinate legislation. There is nothing stating that that changes or that anything gets to not have section 1. Sorry, subsection 1. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Lise_Mara subscribed to the channel.
Hey, thanks, Lismara, sorry. Thank you. I don't understand what the fuck they're even talking about. Because as they're wording it, again, where's the beginning of the sentence? In these circumstances, and notwithstanding, there is no express provision in Equality Act 2010 addressing the effect which Section 9, subsection 1 of the GRA 2004 has on the definition of sex. We are satisfied, this is the important bit, that the Equality Act of 2010 does make provision within the meanings of Section 9, subsection 3, but disapplies the rule of subsection 1. Makes provision within the meaning. What provision? That this does affect them? Because you're saying it says the opposite. Right? Yeah, no worries, Latamara. No worries. Right? Is there like anything extra here? Can I just... That's fine. Like there's no anything different here. So I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. The alert scared the shit out of you. Yeah, basically the reason I've got that is when someone subscribes, I have no way of knowing that without the alert. I don't know how other streamers do that. Like, I know that other streamers do something, so they have a log of alerts, and I don't know, I haven't figured that one out yet. Because nothing in my display is giving me anything. Is this supposed to be it? No, this doesn't give me anything. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what the deal is with that. But yeah, so I don't even know who has subscribed or that they've subscribed without that happening. So that's why it gives you a little shout out. Not a fucking TTS thing. We also have TTS for the Ko-fi stuff, by the way. I'm going to make a bunch of commands between now and next stream to let people know about TTS and all those sorts of things. Alrighty then. Okay, summary of our reasoning. We are aware that this is a long judgment. It may assist, therefore, if we summarise our reasoning. The question for the court is a question of statutory interpretation. We are concerned with the meaning of the provisions of Equality Act 2010 in the light of Section 9 of the GRA. Parliament, in using the words man and woman in the Sexual Discrimination Act of 1975, referred to biological sex. Again, we went over it earlier, but in the 1999 regulations enacted in response to PVS. Oh, wait, that might have been the pregnancy one. I don't think it was, though. Created a new protected characteristic of a person intending to undergo or undergoing or having undergone gender reassignment. The 99 regulations did not amend the meaning of man or woman in the Sexual Discrimination Act. The Gender Recognition Act of 2004 did not amend the meaning of man and woman in the Sexual Discrimination Act, instead including more into that rather than redefining it. Section 9, subsection 3 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 disapplies the rule in Section 9, subsection 1 of that Act where the words of legislation enacted before or after the commencement of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 are on careful consideration, interpreted in their context, and having regard to their purpose to be inconsistent with that rule. I see nothing about that here. Now, either legislation.gov.uk is incorrectly citing law, or this court hearing is incorrectly citing law. Now, in my mind, both of those are impossibilities. So something fucked is happening here. It is not necessary that these are express words disapplying the rule in Section 9, subsection 1 of GRA 2004, or that such disapplication arises by necessary implication, as the legality principle does not apply. Wait, it is not necessary that there are express words disapplying the rule in Section 9, subsection 1. Oh, as in like a law doesn't have to specifically state that GRA Section 9 is disapplied. It can inherit that based on, apparently, subsection 3. My monitor's trying to turn off. No, you don't. The context in which the Equality Act of 2010 was enacted was therefore with the Sexual Discrimination Act definitions of man or woman refer to biological sex, and trans people had the protected characteristic of gender reassignment. We've been over the issues there. The Equality Act 2010 is an amending and consolidating statute. It enacts group-based protections against discrimination on the grounds of sex and gender reassignment and imposes duties of positive action. It is important the Equality Act 2010 is interpreted in a clear and consistent way so that groups which share a protected characteristic can be identified by those on whom the Act imposes obligations so that they can perform those obligations in a practical way. There is no indication in a relevant secondary material that the Equality Act 2010 modified in any material way the meaning of man, woman, or sex from the definitions in the Sexual Discrimination Act. Interpreting sex as certificated sex would cut across definitions of man and woman, and thus the protected characteristic of sex in an incoherent way. It would create heterogeneous groupings. As a matter of ordinary language, the provisions relating to sex discrimination, and especially those relating to pregnancy and maternity, and to protections from risks specifically affecting women, can only be interpreted as referring to biological sex. Again, there are protections for there are protections for pregnant women. It doesn't make sense that trans men would not receive those protections just because they have a gender recognition certificate. That's probably not the interpretation of the law. I agree with them there. They probably also wanted to include, or they almost certainly didn't want to just disallow someone or disinclude someone simply because they got a gender recognition certificate. And it's probably also the case that just because a trans dude, gets a gender recognition certificate doesn't mean that he can no longer get checkups for cervical cancer, which also is mentioned in this. Because it says men cannot do that. We reject the suggestion of the inner house for words can bear a variable meaning, so that in the previous relating to pregnancy and maternity, the Equality Act is referring to biological sex only, or elsewhere it refers to certificated sex as well. Yeah, I kind of also agree. I don't understand how it could have two separate meanings based on context, while also being clearly interpreted by the public. At the very least, I would feel like they would have some more mention of something on those lines while writing the law. It just seems a bit silly. Gender reassignment and sex are separate bases for discrimination and inequality. The interpretation favoured by the European Human Rights Court and the Scottish ministers would create two subgroups within those who shared protected characteristics of gender reassignment, giving trans people who possess GRC greater rights than those who do not. Those seeking to perform their obligations under the Act would have no obvious means of distinguishing between the two subgroups, to whom different duties are owed, particularly since they cannot ask persons whether they have obtained a GRC. That interpretation would also seriously weaken protections given to those with protected characteristic of sexual orientation, for example, by interfering with the ability to have lesbian-only spaces and associations. Again, this one was stupid. We went over it. Almost there, guys. Last 2 pages. There are other provisions whose proper functioning require a biological interpretation of sex. These include separate spaces and single-sex services, including changing rooms, hostels, and medical services, a communal accommodation, and others. Similar incoherence and impracticability? That's a new word for me. Similar incoherence and impracticability arise in the operations of provisions relating to single-sex characteristics, associations and charities, women's fair participation in sport, the operation of a public sector, equality duty, and the armed forces. Sport bit aside, all of the others do not make sense as a biological reading either. Again, that's your example of a biological woman. Really? You think that's how that's going to work? And you think people are going to be happy with that? It is striking that the European, I said this earlier, European Human Rights Commission has advised the UK government of the problems created by its interpretation of the Equality Act 2010, which include many other matters which we have discussed above, and has called for legislation to amend the Act. The absence of coherence and the practical problems to which that interpretation gives rise are clear pointers, but the interpretation is not correct. The interpretation of the Equality Act 2010, i.e. biological sex reading, which we conclude is the only correct one, does not cause disadvantage to trans people with or without a GRC. This is obviously incorrect. In the light of a case law interpreting relevant provisions, they would be able to invoke the provisions on direct discrimination and harassment and indirect discrimination. A certificated sex reading is not required to give them those protections. Again, that's ridiculous. Because prior to this reading, a trans woman with a GRC, if they go to hospital, for example, could be in the women's ward. Now, they would have to be in the men's ward. So, very clearly, this does cause disadvantage to trans people with a GRC. Doesn't affect people without a GRC because they were already fucked, but with, it does affect. We therefore conclude that the provisions in the Equality Act 2010, which we have discussed, are provisions to which Section 9, subsection 3 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 applies. The meaning of the terms sex, man and woman, Equality Act 2010 is biological and not certificated sex. Any other interpretation would render Equality Act 2010 incoherent and impractical to operate. Again, biological also renders it incoherent and impracticable to operate, as we discussed earlier. The problem is they don't want trans women in women-only spaces, but if trans men are considered women, then there's a problem because there's going to be real men in women-only spaces. Yeah, exactly. Like, in your women's only space, I don't think the women want him there. And I don't think the law was written with the intention of him being there. It doesn't make sense. Like, think of this in like an actual example. Women's changing rooms. There is a reasonable assertion, at least within our current society, that a women's changing room would be for women only. Do you really want him in your women's changing rooms? And you think that that's what's going to make people most comfortable? And you think that's what they meant when they wrote that law? Because I sure as fuck don't. So they've just forgotten about passing trans people, basically, and the implications being created. Or when they even acknowledge passing trans people, they say, well, yeah, but the issue is it doesn't make sense that whether or not they are permitted into the women's bathroom is based upon a certificate. I agree with that, but that don't make your biological reading make any more sense, babe. So, like, I don't know. Neither reading makes sense. It doesn't make. You can't just say, well, if the certification reading doesn't make sense, then it must be the biological. One doesn't lead to the other. They can both make no sense. Like, in my mind, this is an uninterpretable law. Or women means looks like a woman, I guess. That's the only two ways I can see this working. The only way that this law works is if the definition of a woman is looks like a woman and sounds like a woman, and the definition of man is looks like a man and sounds like a man, such that the average person would identify them as a man. The only other option is then this law doesn't make sense, which is kind of where I'm leading. The law doesn't really make sense, because even having that provision, that's a fucking hard provision to make work in law. Exactly how you define. So how you would define looks like a woman would be based on case law. So whenever this gets brought to court and gets brought in front of a jury, the jury then decides whether looks like a woman applies here. And so you then build that up case by case using jury. That's the only way. That's how you do all of those sorts of things. That's the only way I can see this working. Because otherwise, the Equality Act 2010, and really this is the reading I'm leaning towards, because I don't think that the looks like is a good definition either. Because you're sure as fuck are going to have some cis people included, I'm sure. You're going to end up in a situation where this Equality Act, as it's currently written, is uninterpretable. And I think that should be what their reading is. That it is an uninterpretable law. And then we do whatever it is that we do with uninterpretable laws. I'm guessing we send it back to Parliament to rewrite it. Invalidity of the Scottish Government's guidance. For all these reasons, we conclude that the guidance issued by the Scottish Government is incorrect. A person of a GRC, if a female gender does not come within the definition of woman, for purposes of sex discrimination in Section 11 of the Equality Act 2010, that it in turn means that the definition of woman in Section 2 of 2018 Act, which Scottish ministers accept, must bear the same meaning as the term woman. In Section 11 and Section 212 of the Equality Act 2010 is limited to biological women and does not include trans women with a gender recognition certificate. Because it is so limited to 2010 Act does not stray beyond the exception permitted in Section L2 of Schedule 5 to the Scotland Act into reserved matters, therefore construed in the way that we have held it to be construed. The 2018 Act is within the competence of the Scottish Parliament and can operate to encourage the participation of women in senior positions in public life. There may well be public boards on which it is also important for trans people of either or both genders to be represented in order to ensure that their perspective is brought to bear in the board's deliberations and in the operations governance. Nothing in this judgment is intended to discourage the appointment of trans people to public boards or to minimise the importance of addressing their underrepresentation on such boards. The issue here is only whether the appointment of a trans woman who has a gender recognition certificate counts as the appointment of a woman and so counts towards achieving the goal set in the gender representation objective, namely that the board has 50% of non-executive members who are women. In our judgment, it does not. Conclusion, we allow the appeal. There we go. So, what do we do about all this? Essentially, the conclusion is your gender recognition certificate means dick all, with reference specifically to the Equality Act of 2010. That is the reading. The Equality Act of 2010 very specifically means for men, biological men, as in AMAB, or for women, biological women, as in AFAB. That kind of sucks. In my opinion, if you want to be like protesting this, here's the best protest. We'll go down a list. First of all, most protests suck and is trash. Protesting is not a good way to make political change. I'm sorry, it's not. The best way to do something is writing to your local city councillor and actually building some political movement. Okay? Engage with the political system. That's the best way to do it. Okay? Going down from there, we have do that, and then attack on that would also be really good to show that this is public concern is get some petitions going. The more signatures you get, the more you show that the public isn't happy with this ruling. And the more pressure you're putting that, hey, motherfucker, you won't get voted in if you don't change this shit. Your time is limited. And politicians don't want that. So the more you show that you have individual public signatures, then that's going to affect things. But yeah, main thing, get in touch with your local city councillor and go up from there. Getting involved with groups like Stonewall and the stuff that they do is also going to help. All of those like actual engagements with the political system, the absolute best things to do. I'm sorry, protests kind of suck because in England we have a democracy. It's a pretty decent democracy, and therefore there's not as much utility of a protest. All a protest is essentially doing is raising public awareness, which is good, but that's not change. It's just it's just for one thing on its own. What's going on? I've got a little thing popping up on my OBS. Something, we have a problem. What's the problem? Did we disconnect or something, or are we okay? I think we're still okay, right? People in chat, is everything still okay? I've got an error, but I don't know if I need to fix that right now. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently keyframes are something other than that. Yeah, we're okay? Alright, well I'll just ignore that error and I'll fix it afterwards. That's kind of weird. I don't really know what's going on there. Okay, that's fine then. If that's fine, then that's fine. What was I saying? Oh yeah. But below that, if we are going for protests, which is where I was getting to, best protest I can think of, okay? Trans dudes. Trans people, but trans dudes especially. Trans dudes organize and just do a whole show up thing where you just go to a bunch of women's only spaces. Because people are going to get real fucking mad about you being there. And it's going to highlight that is not what was intended in this law. Get yourself to some changing rooms. Get yourselves to some fucking... I mean, like, don't be arseholes, but like, you know, go to some women's only spaces. Don't go too crazy, but like, as crazy as you... So enough that it would really bother some people, but maybe let's not go with like the rape groups. They're probably a bit far. Yeah. But changing rooms, fuck yeah, do it. Toilets, fuck yeah, do it. Okay? Wards, all of that sort of shit, where it's like, it's just going to annoy and upset a lot of people. It's not going to like cause serious like mental distress to someone. And then same thing for trans women, but male only spaces. Obviously only do that in groups. Be careful. I don't want anyone in an unsafe situation. Mainly leaning back towards the trans women because dudes are pretty tough. Like physically, got more muscle mass. I would imagine trans women are probably going to be less affected on that because let's be real, all men don't give a fuck about any of this shit. Hence, this is a for women group, not a for men group bringing this. But certainly, especially if you're in Scotland, especially if you're like, I don't know where is for. Oh, we are moving right up to the line, aren't we? Where are you stationed? Where are you stationed? Do you have like a main office? Where is this place? Maybe in the contact us it'll show us? No. They might not have like a main office or something. Which would be weird, but... Well, whatever. I was just going to say whatever place they live, or sorry, whatever place this is like based, the single sex areas in those places are where you want to be occupying. And again, when I say that, I do not mean like go to their fucking head office and just fucking cause an issue. That is bad. That is moving from protest towards riot. That's bad shit. Any of that shit is bad shit. Any violence is bad shit. You are making it worse. What is a good idea is just to do exactly what the law has told you to do. Women's changing room. If you look like that, and you're a trans dude, show them the issue here. Show them why this ruling makes no goddamn sense. What do we think, chat? A woman in Florida who got arrested for washing her hands in the women's bathroom got a lot of positive attention from news, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I heard about that. So this is my concern as a trans individual who doesn't pass, but also doesn't really look entirely male. I don't really know what to do now. I dress femininely. I don't think I look super masculine, but I also don't really look feminine. It should be reasonably obvious to somebody looking at me that I'm a trans woman specifically. I don't know what to do now with regards to public bathrooms, because this doesn't affect public bathrooms in any way and doesn't affect me in any way because I don't have a gender recognition certificate. However, individual members of the public probably didn't read this. They probably saw the headlines and are thinking, oh, trans women are men and trans men are women, and they aren't allowed in single-sex spaces. That's how I think the public are going to interpret this, or at least a lot of the public. So my concern now is which bathroom do I even use? You know? If I go into the men's bathroom, I don't know if I'm going to have some people get the fuck out, woman, or whatever. And if I go into the women's bathroom, I don't know if I'm going to have some people get the fuck out, man, you're not allowed in here. So I could get harassment in both, and I don't know what to do about that situation. Now, where I live is a pretty alright area. I don't think I'm going to have any issues, but it only takes one instance, for things to get a little bit fucky. Yeah, the disabled toilets are the best I can think of. I don't like to do that because I don't want to use up a space that's meant for disabled people. That's the whole point of a disabled bathroom. However, that might just be what I have to do. And yeah, I think it's worth, as much as I don't want to scare people and freak people out, I think if you're a trans person in the UK, unless you very clearly pass, I think it's worth thinking about. Yes, this law might not apply to you because you might not even have a gender recognition certificate. And that's all this is really referring to. But what does the public... I don't even think the public knows that gender recognition certificates exist. And that's not what the headlines are saying. All the headlines are saying is, and all the big stuff is just legally trans women are men, or legally woman is biologically female, and legally male is biologically male, which obviously isn't what this says. It's specifically with regards to the Equality Act of 2010, but I don't know if the public are going to have that level of nuance on this. So just be careful out there, is all I'm saying. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's also probably very important to keep safety in mind for her now. She was arrested and put in men's jail for doing that. Yeah, that's crazy. She was a cis woman as well, wasn't she? Yeah, we're going to have a lot of that as well. We're going to have cis women that just don't look traditionally feminine. We're going to have a lot of them being attacked as men and getting all sorts of bullshit thrown their way. Yeah, it's going to suck. Sent a bunch of letters to local lawmakers saying she was planning this as a protest. That's cool. Wait, so she knew this was going to happen? Don't pass by a long shot, only a couple of months in, then all this happens. Yeah, it sucks. I don't know what to tell you. It sucks. Reminder that in terms of the actual law itself, it only affects you if you have a gender recognition certificate, and then only affects things with relation to the 2010 Gender Recognition Act. This reading won't affect most trans people because it only affects very specific situations. Like, for most trans people, the gender recognition certificate itself doesn't really do much. Like, the only thing I can really think of that would commonly affect people is like hospital wards, and how often you're in a hospital ward. It's not often. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely, yeah. The public reading of this is my concern. Like, let's bring up the headlines. Let's just put in Supreme Court hearing trends. Let's just put in that. BBC. Supreme Court ruling gives clarity, but now comes the difficult part. Okay, to be fair, that's a headline that doesn't mean much. So if somebody just reads a headline, they didn't get much from that. What else we got? There we go. There's a headline I'm talking about. Supreme Court backs biological definition of woman. So if you just read that headline, oh, in the law, biological woman is the definition of woman. Even let's watch this clip.
The unanimous decision of this court is that the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act 2010 refer to a biological woman and biological sex. But we counsel against reading this judgment as a triumph of one or more groups in our society at the expense of another. It is not. As I shall explain later in this hand-down speech, the Equality Act 2010 gives transgender people protection not only against discrimination through the protected characteristic of gender reassignment, but also against direct discrimination, indirect discrimination, and harassment in substance in their acquired gender.
So, if you we just finished. We're just talking about it a bit now. I'm basically going over right now like the issues of people, of the public interpreting all this. Because again, title, BBC article, okay? So everybody trusts it. It's BBC, they're good. Supreme Court backs biological definition of woman. So if you just read that headline, that's all you're going to think. And if you just listen to this, all you're going to think is, oh, in like equality stuff, assuming you don't know the Equality Act in detail and haven't read it, which most people haven't, all you're going to be thinking is, oh, trans women, or well, women means biological women, and if it's like equality stuff, then woman means biological woman. And then don't be assholes to trans people. Is probably also going to be understood. So don't discriminate against trans people, but also if they're not allowed in your bathrooms is how I think a lot of people are going to interpret this. What about intersex people? Nice joke. We don't have those in the UK. Legally, if you are intersex, you are either male or female. That is how, and it's based on your birth certificate. Your birth certificate cannot say intersex. It has to say male or female. And it's just going to be based on the best interpretation of a doctor at the time. Yep, people will see in this way what they want to see. Yep. Did you see the woman on the Equality Act committee oppose this, saying women in the act did include trans women? I didn't see that. That is nice to know, though. Or I don't know. Yeah. In the UK, you are either male or female. So no intersex people. They don't exist here. We don't have those. And non-binary people. That's like a European thing. Nobody's non-binary over here. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's just how our law works with regards to sex. It's like very specifically stated that sex is binary. Yeah. Let's even see what the actual article says. Judges at UK Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that a woman is defined biological sex under equalities law. It marks the culmination of a long-running legal battle, which major implications of how sex-based rights apply across Scotland, England and Wales. The court sided with campaign group For Women Scotland, which brought a case against the Scottish Government, arguing sex-based characteristics should only apply to people that are born female. The judge dude said the ruling should not be seen as triumph of one side against the other. Yeah, you can't decide that. People will decide what they think. The Scottish Government argued in court that transgender people with a Gender Recognition Certificate Act are entitled to the same sex-based protections as biological women. Supreme Court, who was asked to decide on a proper interpretation of the 2010 Equality Act, Lord Hodge said the central question was how words woman and sex are defined in the legislation. He told the court the unanimous decision of this court is that the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act 2010 refer to a biological woman and biological sex. But we cancel against reading this judgment as a triumph of one. Again, you cannot give that advice. That is what people are going to think. Hence, all of those clips of the fucking people from... Yep, there's a picture of it there where they are fucking celebrating winning. So, sorry, but the very people attending literally erupted in applause. They feel like they're winning. So, you know. They were triumphing. So, yeah. Even in reading this, I'm not seeing any specifications on what is and is not in the Equality Act. And therefore, I still feel like even if I read the full article, all people are going to be thinking, like people will think that bathrooms are included in this. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would give anybody some understanding of what is and is not within the Equality Act. So, yeah, there's a whole article. UK is not part of Europe. It's part of like the geography of Europe, but legally, no. We left the EU. The European Union, we're not part of that. On the topic, we left. When was Brexit, everybody? I was in my first year of university, so I would have been 18 when the vote went through. Or would I have just turned 19? I think actually I just turned 19 probably. Yeah. Because it was between. So it was when I was turning 19. I'm 28 right now. So 9 years ago. 9 years ago, we left the EU. On the topic of cis women not passing, though, There was another case recently where a woman in Florida was fired from her job after some random customer harassed her. Yep, he thought she was trans just because she was tall. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of that. America's going to have a shit ton of that stuff. America's going to be looking really scary. I don't think I've ever agreed with this idea before now. Now I would understand if trans people start like bailing out of America, because I don't know what's coming, and it's scary to not know what's coming. For example, you might have noticed in my server, Beth recently let us know that the Veterans Hospital that she was going to are now not providing any voice care, and have completely shut that down because the new Veterans Administrator appointed by Trump has cut funding to it and has deleted it, and now it doesn't exist. You can't get that in a Veterans Hospital anymore. So no veterans in the US are receiving gender-affirming voice care. It's not, or at least not through Veterans Hospitals. You can't anymore. They're not allowed to provide them. Yeah, you heard that. Another cause. She was a masked lesbian. Okay, yeah. Would appeal this and to the European Court of Human Rights. Yeah. 2016. Yeah, that sounds about right for Brexit. You're in sixth form, you think? Yeah. Brexit. One half of the country screwed up the other half of the country. Dark times. Yeah. I mean, I am sympathetic to both sides with the whole Brexit thing, as it was being like described at the time. I voted Remain, but like I understand why the people that voted Leave. There's lots of reasons to understand that, so I don't, it's whatever. And at the end of the day, that is how democracy works. Like if more than 50% vote for something, then that's democracy. Yeah. Quite happy you live in Belgium? Yeah, I can imagine. Probably feels really good to live anywhere but the fucking UK and America right now. In fairness, as someone who lives here in the UK, it's generally not too bad. At least to state where I live and the places that I've gone since coming out as trans, I've never received any harassment. I've never received any issues, not even weird looks. When I've used women's bathrooms before, the only engagement other women have had with me there is like just chit chat and like like my first time using a women's bathroom, the woman behind me just kind of chit chatted with me about how long the queue was, and yeah, so that was totally fine. Or I've had like the only looks I've had is I was at a bathroom after watching I was in London after watching a theatre performance, and a woman smiled at me. That's it. Yeah. My own experience is that the general public are pretty chill. However, I don't know if there'll be like that 1 in a million that is not chill. Like statistically, there's always going to be someone. Hence the whole bathroom thing earlier. And I don't know what that someone will do now. That 1 in a million. And I don't know if that now becomes like 2 in a million. It's still probably going to be very like uncommon, because generally, especially in Britain, people just aren't that confrontational. But like, it's something that I'm now thinking about, and I imagine other people are thinking about as well. What do you guys think? You glad a lot of places are ignoring this? Yeah, my boyfriend's work put out a public message. They just sent it to everybody saying like, yes, we know what's just happened. We maintain support towards the trans community. They didn't say any specific things they're doing, but it was a general statement of like, we have an equality board, and we are supportive of trans people, and if anyone is feeling particularly concerned about this, we'll pay for any therapy somebody needs, and we will give some free counsel on it. So, you know, it's pretty good. I think it would be good if they like specifically had said something in there to be like, our spaces include trans people or something like that, because they do have like changing rooms and stuff. But I imagine that's like in their policies, and when they're redirecting you to their policies, that's what that is. I haven't checked their policies though. But yeah. Oh, same with NHS leads trust here. What have they said? I'm very interested in what NHS places say, because I know they can be a little bit shit sometimes. What do they say? Let's Google it. NHS trust leads trans, all caps. Fuck yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that's not going to be what I want, is it? Is that like a new... That's October 2024. What am I looking for, Georgie? Supreme Court. See if I've made any statements. Oh shit! Wait, do we want the Telegraph? I feel like I get muddled up sometimes with different newspapers. I'm pretty sure the Telegraph is a bit of a weird one now. We'll see what the BBC says though. We trust BBC. What is this? Maybe later. NHS will be pursued if gender policies don't change, Equality's watchdog says. Wait, what? I didn't even understand that. NHS will be pursued if gender... Okay, yeah. The NHS will be pursued if it does not follow new guidance on single-sex spaces, the chairman of the Equality Human Rights Commission said. Along with public boards, the NHS will be receiving guidelines after the UK Supreme Court unanimously ruled a woman is defined by biological sex. We've been speaking to the health service for an inordinately long time. We will now be asking them when they will be updating their advice, Baroness Falconer told BBC Radio 4's Today programme. Currently, NHS guidance says trans people should be accommodated according to the way they dress, their names, or pronouns. Under the ruling, this would be scrapped. This was the stuff we were on about earlier, like, talks like a duck, whatever. Is the only way that it could have worked. And certainly would have been a better way than the way they've done it right now. I guess it sucks that someone is now backed up by the law, even if you'd rarely come across some RLR. Yeah, exactly. I would say rarely. I would say very rarely. I guess how rare depends on a lot of factors, but yeah. Even when I was like at my least passing, I still went out in public sometimes. Like I went to see, I guess like it's a bit different. I went to see Barbie while presenting as me. But like obviously that's going to be a bit different because it's Barbie, come on. But like I did, when I first just had a makeover with a friend and didn't even realize, I wasn't even sure if I was trans yet. I did go out with them and go makeup shopping while looking feminine. Not looking feminine, but wearing makeup and wearing women's clothing and looking very much like that is odd. And I had no issues. I didn't even get weird looks. It was nothing. Or like I've boy moded and gone to buy makeup and couldn't find the makeup I need and plucked up the courage to ask a store attendant to help me out, and they were like super okay with it, and like immediately like their energy like was, it's all good, I got you, which was really nice. That was in Boots, if anybody's wondering. This was the email without any personal info. Yes, please. That would be so good. If you can't put it in the chat, you can put it in the Discord and I will read it from there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is basically just saying the NHS is going to need to change some stuff. I'm which is going to be pretty fucking annoying. I don't know what that means. We'll have to just see. We don't know. We haven't said anything yet, so yeah. Ooh. Oh, it's a totally different thing. Yeah. God damn. We'll wait for Georgie's email. But do not fear. Trans Network will still be there to support you. We still have our makeup workshops. We still have our voice workshops. We got those. You never know. One day in the future, I might be able to add more stuff to that. I would like this to... My hopes and like my sort of dream for Trans Network is to eventually be like an org that provides just all sorts of services for trans people. The basic stuff is obviously going to be the voice and makeup, but maybe there could be more stuff. I'd really like for there to be some kind of like, not like therapy you can get through Trans Network, but maybe like a find me a counselor type service, so that people can have help like finding those services, like knowing that it's going to be chill. Not sure if this is the same thing Georgia was talking about, but I think this article is about the NHS has sort of been dragging their feet on implementing the new rulings. Yeah. That sounds like what it's that one we had up before. It sounds like they are dragging their feet on it, which is really good. I mean, eventually they are going to have to buckle. Like, I don't know how they could possibly not. It could also just be, though, it might not even be the NHS is dragging their feet. It might, because in my experience, the NHS are really shit with trans stuff. Just in my personal experience. It might just be that because the NHS is so fucked right now and so swamped and everything is like taking forever, because they're so like, there's so much they need to do all the time. It might literally just be that they haven't had time to address this yet, and they're just behind. So it might not even be any statement. It might literally just be, we haven't even been able to look at this right now because we have like 1 million people with cancer or 1 million people with this, and we haven't had time to deal with your fucking Supreme Court hearing. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. You are late, it seems. We're just wrapping up now. I suppose we've just gone through the documents. If you had any questions about Supreme Court stuff, or I guess about the drama that happened, then I can go through that for a little bit. This is going to open. I need a way to open a tab on a specific place so that I don't open it in the wrong place and show you guys when I don't mean to. Oh, you made pancakes. That's so cool. Check my DMs. I will read that out now. Okay, just a double, like, triple assert. Georgie, you okay with me reading this out loud, yeah? Yeah? Cool. Okie dokie. So, this is what Georgie received from the Leeds people. Leeds NHS people. As an email to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. You'll most likely have seen the national news stories about the Supreme Court ruling where judges have said that woman in UK law is based on biological sex. It's really important to clearly state that this ruling doesn't change the fact that everyone is welcome at the LTHT, which Georgie can tell us what that means in the chat. Leeds something. We are an inclusive organisation working together for the benefit of our patients, and we all continue to deserve respect and understanding. The same goes for all our patients and their families. knowing where to go for support at times like this is really valuable. LGBT plus staff and allies can find help, advice, and networking opportunities with always welcoming LGBT plus staff network. NHS England is currently reviewing the implications on the wider NHS, and as part of this process will consider and take into account all relevant legislation and the Supreme Court ruling. We will keep staff and patients informed as this guidance becomes clear. Kind regards. That is good. That is good. Is that from like the gender clinic or Leeds Trust Hospitals, basically? Oh, so it's not even like a trans-specific space. That's really good. It's just a general medical space. That's good. The TLDR of drama Soul Strings is in Trans Voice. There is an individual who fought with me quite a lot. And because of their behaviour when they try to debate me on things and argue with me on things, they have been banned. So yeah, that's for drama. It seems like a lot of people are wanting to talk about it, so I figured, hey. Lol. Glad to see people meeting each other. I'm sure I've seen both of you in the same... I feel like I've seen Lismara and Soul Strings shadowing Savvy lessons before. Maybe not though. It's been a while since I've been around now. I feel like I've seen Lismara in Savvy shadowing a Savvy lesson before. And I've definitely seen you, Soul Strings. But yeah, so that's all of that. Yeah. Okay, we're probably going to wrap up. So, last little things. Plugs and all of those sorts of things. Firstly, if you want to support, especially right now, if you want to support somebody who's trans in the UK, given all of this shit, the Ko-fi is how you can support Trans Network. Services for trans people across all of the world. Including the UK and including the US. If you want to support that, head over to Ko-fi. I really appreciate it. All of that money gets reinvested back into Trans Network and providing more services. So like the makeup sessions that we have are paid for because of the Ko-fi people. That's how I'm able to afford that. What else? We have a giveaway right now. So if you type in !points, you can see how many points you have accrued towards the giveaway. On May the 23rd, you'll be able to spend, you will be able to buy tickets for £100 each, and those, for 100 points each, and each of those tickets will allow you to, they are like one entry into the giveaway. So you can have multiple entries so you get better odds. And the prize for the winner will be a package of 6 free private lessons from myself. Values at £120. So yeah, if you want private lessons now, then head over to the server, head over to the info section to read about them, and the one-on-one lessons section to book them. It's just like a little ticket system. What have we got there? Lessons are £20 for a 55-minute lesson. That's for private lessons. Or for public lessons, that's your standard shadowable lessons. Those are completely free. So if you want free lessons and you're down for them to be shadowable, then head over to there. Yeah. The drama thing is from the Trans Voice Discord. Oh yeah, I'm one of those that says Ko-fi. What do you call it? Do you call it coffee? The lessons, yes, you do have to be 18 plus to join my Discord server, and you have to join my Discord server to get lessons. Minors are allowed everywhere else in our community. We're allowed to be in the YouTube chat. We're allowed to attend the workshops. We're allowed to be in all of those places, just not in the server. The reasoning for that is because I am not comfortable with the lack of protections that Discord has for minors. I don't like the idea that somebody can just hop into my Discord, find minors, and message them. That's like so not okay, and Discord doesn't have anything to protect against that. So because of that, unfortunately, that's the ruling I've had to make. Also, given current politics and the accusations made towards trans people around things like grooming, that's an extra reason why I don't want, or I feel uncomfortable with being responsible for minors. I know that sucks if you're a minor, but you are welcome everywhere else. You're welcome to at me. You're not welcome to DM me, but you are welcome to at me in other services that you see me in, just not my own server, to ask for advice. What else is there? And you're welcome in all other areas of the community, whether it's the YouTube chat or like in comments on YouTube videos, or whatever. You're welcome to like use those public avenues to ask me questions and ask me advice. Yeah. Lastly, we have the workshop coming up on Saturday, 7 o'clock BST. As always, every single week there is a voice workshop where you can join me and learn all about voice. We go through the entire process of gender affirming voice, whether you're masculizing, feminizing, androgynizing, the whole everything. We go through the entire process, start to finish. So you'll know literally everything that you have to do. I host those in my server. I also host those in Trans Voice, who now, as a result of all the drama, I've now been given a special role that allows me to create events. I have no affiliation with Trans Voice, and I am not a member of staff there, nor do I have any affiliation with the staff that are there. I'm just a member like everybody else that happens to run events. But you can now go into Trans Voice. There is an events tab now where you can see my lessons every week if you need that reminder. If you hit interested, then yeah. We also have that same events thing in our server, Trans Network, where again, hit interested if you want to come along. Also, if you're in Trans Voice server, make sure you have the voice training invite role, because that's what I ping. Yeah, so it'll be hosted there. It'll be hosted in my place. It'll be hosted in Rainbow Library, Diamond's Discord server, and that's all 4 of them. And obviously the YouTube stream. And you can see all of those VODs in the YouTube live section. So yeah. What else? I think this is the last thing. YouTube is something that I'm really trying to build right now. I'm trying to go really fucking hard on that right now. The reason being is I would like to host some debates between different voice teachers on gender affirming voice. What I have or something I've learned as I've become a professional with this, and as I've gained more contacts and stuff, is behind the scenes there's like a civil war between different voice teachers and different ways to teach. I would like to bring some of that to light, and I would like some of those debates to be happening more publicly. That way, like, people can learn from them and we can actually come to some conclusion with all of it. So, like, for example, there's a huge discourse between whether quotient from linguistics or weight from originally from Clover, which one of those is best, and both sides are like vehemently against the other. So it'd be really good to just have a debate about it, and then we can come to some actual conclusion. So yeah, but for that to happen, we need to build a bit YouTube up. That's the point I'm coming to here. We need the YouTube to be basically, I need more clout is what it comes down to. Like, if I message Clover, she's probably just going to completely ignore me because I'm a fucking nobody. So we need to build some clout, and we need it to be that, like, if you come to one of the debates, there's reason for you to come. There's a lot of viewers that are going to be listening to you. So we definitely need to build up some numbers. That's going to be really important. I'm also wanting to contact some researchers about their research. There's one in particular who has been doing research on really cool research. They've basically built a computational like simulation of a human vocal tract, so that they can then tweak individual things in total isolation, which is really difficult to do with with live samples. So like you can just tweak it to make the vocal folds thicker and see what that does, and other stuff. It'd be really interesting to talk to them to be like, okay, here's what testosterone does based on your computational analysis. What exactly happens as a result of these things, based on the computational modeling, I should say, and he can just tell us, which is amazing. So I'd really, I would, if it's possible, it'd be so fucking cool to have him on the stream, or her on. I do not know. It's a Chinese name, so I don't know if it's like a masculine name or a feminine name. It would be fucking awesome though. Is that why we're doing the giveaway? Yeah, it is why we're doing the giveaway. I'm trying to build up the YouTube, get people interested, and also just like we've just started doing these live streams, and I was just worried that no one would turn up. So firstly, thank you so much, you guys, for turning up. It genuinely means a lot, and like the live streams go so much more smoothly just because you're here and engaging with me. It's really cool to have you guys as well. What you could do is to cut excerpts from the live videos to make smaller videos on topic. Yeah, we're hoping to do some stuff like that. I'm not very good at the whole editing thing and making videos, but I'll do what I can for that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Alrighty then. Do you guys have, being as you're here, do you have any questions for me? If not, we'll finish up about any of what we've been talking about here. Any future plans for Trans Network, just random questions you have for me. If you want to ask about drama, this is your one and only opportunity during a live stream to do so. Yeah, I did make a ruling in the server, by the way, that you might have seen, where just bubble tea, yay or nay. Bubble tea is fucking awesome. I love bubble tea. That is like, oh, I love bubble tea. There are some bubble teas where the, I don't know, what's the proper name for bubbles? They're a bit meh. Like if it's too chewy, it's a bit like, this is unpleasant. But good bubble tea is awesome. You've never had bubble tea, you need to go get yourself some bubble tea. Bubble tea is lush. Also, there is a shitty bubble tea that a particular company called, oh my god, Casper's with a K. Casper's. Oh my god. That's what it is, Casper's. Oh. So they do like waffles and stuff, is their main thing, and ice cream and pancakes, and all of that sort of stuff. They're like one of those dessert cafes. But they do this bubble tea. It's not a bubble tea, it's a bubble slush, I think. Bubble slush. I don't care about price. Okay? They're not normal bubbles. They're like little it's like plastic balls. It'll be made of like agar or something edible, but they're just like these little balls, and as you chew them, it'll be like explosive juice, and it's fucking awesome. And I know that this is probably sacrilegious to the name of bubble tea, because this is not proper tapioca pearls. That's a proper name, thank you. These aren't tapioca pearls. There is no tapioca. They are made of some synthetic material, probably. It's probably just agar. But it's so fucking nice. Oh my god, it's so good. 11 years without tea and coffee, that's crazy. I'm having to go decaf now because of the ADHD medication, which sucks. But yeah. Let's move over to this screen. But yeah, bubble tea is so good. You have to try that. Biscoff bubble tea. That sounds lush. 11 years. Yep, we went over that. Last time you had bubble tea was when you was in Canada. Didn't like it. Oh, you're missing out. I made my own bubble tea a little while ago. That was pretty good. Yeah, bubble milk tea. It's good. All right, then. I'm going to finish off because I am hungry and I am at the end of my stream time and I have nothing more to talk about. So, all the announcements we went over. Oh, yeah, if you're wanting to like help build the channel outside of just participating, something that's going to be really useful is YouTube algorithm. We can kind of play it a little bit. So likes obviously help, shares help, comments help, all of that sort of stuff helps. The other little hidden trick you can do is if you go over to one of the playlists, your best bet is going to be using the voice playlists, and just like, especially overnight or something, just click it and let it run overnight, and just put your phone on mute or something, because that counts as somebody watching the entire thing. And it has like maximum viewer retention. So YouTube is like, holy shit, this 4-hour live stream was so good that they watched the entirety of it. So if you really want to help out, that would be a really useful way for me, because it will really help promote those videos, and it'll help promote the channel in general. So yeah, if you're wanting to help promote, that's a free way that you can do so, as well as, you know, like, share, subscribe, all of those usual things that every YouTuber tells you to do. There are all ways that you can help. Cool. Okie dokie then. Have a good time zone, everyone. Indeed. Hells yeah. And thank you for coming, everyone. All right. I will see you all on Saturday when we have the next workshop. All right. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Boop.